Can't say what's wrong or right.
No.
It's not hard to fool me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to the good life.
Yes.
Yeah. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say.
No.
Where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find no better one. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Ooh. So tell you good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Ooh. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. It's not a problem.
No.
'Cause I know what I'm getting into.
Yes.
Yeah, and nothing can stop me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say. Where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Yeah.
Shout out, shout out, shout out to all you gentlemen here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders, and all you ladies that dare to tread this channel. Shout out to all you guys that are here. We are having a great evening. Before he passed on, Kevin Samuels, Saint Kevin that is, made a bold prediction. Winter is coming. And when he said that, a lot of people thought he was quoting the famous quote from Games of Thrones, winter is coming. But he was actually letting women know that if changes don't occur, not the physical winter is coming, but the actual true winter of life is coming. Instead of seeing winter in the later years of a lot of ladies' lives, where they were married and then their husbands passed on and the ladies were alone in their 80s, being taken care of by their grandchildren and great-grandchildren, that type of winter, most women won't experience that. Most women won't experience, Kevin was saying, most women will not experience what it's like to have a long-term relationship, and you lived a relationship in a marriage and or marriage till death do you part. Your husband passes on and your winter begins. Well, Kevin Samuels was actually saying that winter is here for women in their 20s, in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, not just in their 80s. And one of those women that he was talking to is one of the original 90s video vixens, 90s fine women, author, co-host of several podcasts, including podcasts that she had of her own, as well as the actress Melyssa Ford. In a recent interview, Melyssa Ford was interviewing Chris, who's an actor. He's been married to the beautiful, gorgeous, one of the most sexiest women of 90s fine. And after 23 years of marriage, and you're going to see who he's married to. I'm not going to spoil the surprise. You're going to see who he's married to. And he informed Melyssa Ford, if changes don't occur in her life and in the life of other women, these women are going to die alone. He explains to her several reasons why men are the way that they are, but at the end of the day, he warns her of several things that are coming down the turnpike for women such as herself. In other words, no matter what Melyssa Ford does, no matter how many shows she does, movies she does, no matter how attractive she is, if she and women like her don't make changes, well, they are going to buy a dog and they are going to die alone. Well, before we get started with that, you know we got to do shout outs. We got 17 in the building. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Appreciate you, gentlemen, being here on a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday evening. Hope you guys are having a great day. I am. I'm having a great day, man. Shout out to Nate 313, them Detroit boys in the building right out the gate.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Yes, sir. We got some great vibes going on here. Some great vibes for all over. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys, as well as my brother David Dice of the Dice family in the year of our Lord 2027. Glad to see that you're here, brother. 2026. Glad to see that you're here, brother. He said the family, Andre, and Andrea, salute to the chat. Salute to you as well, brother. And to the chat, brother, salute. He said, I'm serious. He said, I'm serious. Do y'all notice why do sisters always got to do conversations like this, knowing they down bad socially? I do not understand. A lot of sisters do interviews about topics like this. Is like a fat woman sitting up there having a cooking show about desserts. That's the last person that should be doing a cooking show about desserts. Is a heavy set person, male or female, right? They should be talking about other things, dietary things. Well, when it comes to these ladies, they talk. You're gonna notice, man. Ladies keep asking us the same questions over and over and over again. We all are giving the same answers. The one thing I notice about men, our answers globally are consistent. We want women like, well, what do men want? What do men want? We keep saying fit, feminine, friendly, supportive, submissive. You hear the brothers in China say the same thing. The brothers in Japan say the same thing. Our African brothers in all 54 countries are saying the exact same thing. Here in South America, in Spanish and Portuguese, they're saying the same thing. Central America, they're saying the same thing. In Europe, in all different languages and cultures, men are saying the exact same thing. And women keep asking us over and over the same question. Well, what do y'all really want? And what do y'all look for? And what do y'all, we're answering you, ladies. We've been answering you the same answers for 50 years. It's as if none of these women are hearing us, even though we're saying it around the world in the same language. And then they sit back and say something crazy like, well, not all men think like this. Yes, ladies. Most heterosexual men think like other heterosexual men. Men are so simplistic, ladies. We're not like you. We're not confusing. We're not abstracting our thoughts as much as you ladies are. Most men, from sea to shining sea, when it comes to relationships, we basically think the same. There are a few ups and downs, but the foundation of what most men are looking for Doesn't matter your height, your size, your income. We're all looking for somebody that's fit, mentally fit, physically fit, and spiritually fit. We're all looking for somebody that is supportive, that can support a family, not just a man. It's cool that you can support yourself. It's cool that you can support me. But can you support a family dynamic? Help us keep a family strong. We are looking for somebody feminine. We do not want you to have degrees, but your voice sounds masculine. Your tone, even when you're trying not to sound masculine, you sound masculine. We don't want that. Most men don't want a woman that sounds like a man. I'm not talking about your vocal tones. I'm talking about in your behavior and how you express yourselves. Yes, most men want a woman that's friendly. Can you smile? Why do you always have your arms folded? Why do you always look like you're upset when you say you're not upset and you're having a good day, but you look like you're mad at the world? Whether it be Keisha's that look like she's mad at the world or Karen's that are mad at the world. No man wants that. Submissive. You are absolutely correct. We want a submissive woman. You have a mission, and that is a submission underneath the original mission. God gave us as leaders of the household a mission, and you have a submission. And you too busy focused on our mission, you forget that you are just important to this dynamic with all the submissions that God has given you to focus on. So focus on the submissions as we focus on the missions, because you should be happy, ladies, because nowhere in the Bible does God judge a woman if everything falls apart. There is nowhere in the scriptures, nowhere in the Quran, nowhere in any spiritual books where God judges the woman if everything falls apart. But there are plenty of times where God says the sins of the father, the responsibility of the father, Adam this, Adam that, Moses responsible for this, King David responsible for that, Solomon, even Jesus the Messiah, a male, is responsible for the mission. While your job is to focus on all the little submissions that need to be taken care of that are just as importante. Just as important. In most heterosexual men globally, ladies, think just like I just said over the last 5 minutes. If you think if you're gonna leave us and go to another country, and you think the Asian men don't think like this, or you don't think the Middle Eastern brothers don't think like this, or if you don't think the brothers in South Africa or Kenya or brothers down in the southeast, the southern western part of Africa, if you don't think brothers in Ethiopia or the brothers that are in Thailand and Philippines, those men don't think like that, we all do. We want fit, we want feminine, we want friendly, we want supportive, we want submissive. It is what it is, ladies. Because when we stand before God, there's a judgment for us about how we took care of ourselves and we took care of you and the family. You don't get that when you stand before God. He doesn't judge you for what you did for the family. So stop trying to be us and focus on the submissions that are just as important. I don't get it, brother. This is going to be another live stream with Melyssa Ford asking questions that women continue to ask us over and over and over again. And we've answered these questions over and over. And the brother's going to answer these questions over again as well. Shout out to my brother, Ronan Traveler. Salute to you as well, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Shout out to all 26 of you guys in here. Make sure you click the like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure that you like us too. Salute once again to Ronan. Good morning to all you brothers in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, all you guys that are out there just enjoying your best lives, man. So proud of you, gentlemen. I really am. He said, good morning from the Philippines. Time to, He said, time is ticking for us all. Let the humbling begin. And I think that's one of the things that men have caught on to and women haven't. I'll say that again. What Ronan just said is probably one of the most important things that's going to be acknowledged tonight. If we stop the show right now, we could stop it with what Ronan just said. Men know that time is ticking. I don't know why women think they got forever to find a man. They don't. So if you're going to find a man, ladies, you better find one now. Because life is ticking and your life will pass by just like millions and billions of others. And you'll never know what real stability is in a relationship. As men are finding out what stability is in relationships as we travel. Shout out to Ronan once again. And shout out to Isaiah being in the building. Glad to see you here, brother. He said salute and blessings. We'll take that. Everyone, believe Dre will be cooking tonight. Yes, sir. Especially since my brother Ahmad Milner is in the building. Salute to you, Ahmad. Glad to see that you're here, brother. And I got my brother once again, Pharaoh Ishmael, representing. Glad you're here. Yes, sir. My brother said hit that like button. Yes, support the channel. Support by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. Thank you very much, guys. As well as the Bitcoin. Just click on the barcode. He said Dre got the hat on. I got this hat from Cuba, bro. I got this hat from Cuba. I was so happy when I actually got a hat directly from the country. Because, you know, Cuba is one of those locations that is so hard for Americans to go to, because sometimes you can go, then all of a sudden they change it and we can't go. Then they change it again and then we can go. And so to have gone to Cuba when the window was open during the Obama and Biden administration, I was like, oh, yeah, let me go ahead and get that out of the way. He said, Dre looked like a smooth criminal. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Mike. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down because we got my brother LJV, Southern Vegan. Salute to you, brother. Salute to you. Glad to see that you're here, man. This is a good show for tonight. This is a good show because as you guys, the reason why I'm even doing this episode, as you guys always know what I always mention, I do not care about what's going on with the women in the States, because most of us, not all, but most of us plan on eventually leaving anyway. Some of you plan on leaving in 5 months, 5 years, or 15 years, right? So I do not sit back and attack American women. I know some people think, you know, we do, but I don't. I take some of the things that are taking place in the United States and I put a twist on it to prepare us not to make the mistakes of dealing with certain women when we get to foreign countries. So even though we get to a foreign country and we get somebody that's sexy, like a Melyssa Ford, we know in a foreign country that they can be a 8, 9, 10 on the outside, but like we said the other day, are they a 10 on the inside? We could tell Melyssa Ford is not a 10 on the inside, or somebody would have been scooped her up. Somebody would have been scooped. Come on, she around too many men since the 90s, and nobody, she hasn't even mistakenly been married. I don't think Melyssa Ford has ever been engaged. Correct me if I'm wrong. She's attractive on the outside for her age, but that inner beauty keeps every man. She's smashable. She's the type of woman that she's good for smashing. I'm smashing Melyssa Ford, fellas. But there's something about her that's keeping that ring away. And most women try to blame it on, it's the man, but I'm telling you, we're about to do some Detective Dre today, yes, sir. Like Inspector Gadget on them, on the case. They're ready for a great live stream. Good call, Andrew Craig Jr. in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Let me scroll down a little further because we got my other Detroit brother in the building.
You better better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Shout out to Detroit, man. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit is doing so many amazing things, putting out so many movies. Television shows are coming out of Detroit now. I mean, Detroit is really hitting its stride in hip hop right now. Detroit hip hop is on the map. So shout out to Detroit, man. The city deserves it. And all the Detroiters. Shout out to Passport Persona in the building. He said, I agree. There are too many simps and pookies for them to end up lonely. That's true. I concur with that. That's the funny part about Passport Persona. Do you know how bad of a woman you gotta be for a fine Melyssa Ford, a fine J-Lo, a fine Shakira, a fine Sofia Vergara? She's about to lose her man too, if I'm not mistaken. She's about to go through a divorce. Do you know how bad you have to be of a woman when simps don't want to be with you no more? You know how bad you got to be, Melyssa, for simps to say, I'll sex you, but I won't marry you. Melyssa Ford should have been had a Russell Wilson. Shakira should have been had a Russell Wilson. J-Lo should have been had her a simp of Russell Wilson. Sofia Vergara, she should have had her a simp of all simps. All these women that have beauty beyond beauty, you gotta have a terrible attitude, terrible demeanor if nobody wants to be with you for life and you are that fine and that successful and you got that much money and that many connections. Same thing with Kim Kardashian. You telling me Kim couldn't find one true simp in all her business and all her political connections and all her Hollywood connections, all her sports connections? She couldn't find one simp. The closest she got was Kanye, when all of us laughed at Kanye, don't do it, Kanye, don't do it. And even he couldn't simp enough to be around her, to continue to stay with her. It's crazy, man. Even simps are rejecting bad chicks. Shout out to Charles Beach. Charles B in the building. LJ says this. He said they keep asking those same questions until a simp gives them the answer they want to hear. And that's a good point. And that's why you have the Derrick Jacksons, the Ace Metaphors, and all those other content creators that have made millions. And I mean, I got to give it to them. These brothers have simped behind microphones and made millions by saying exactly what women want to hear. The Anton Daniels, if you will. The more they simp, the more they go cha-ching, cha-ching. Shout out to my brother once again. He said, we don't want a PhD in a stankery, for real. We're going to talk about that tonight. That's a good point. Shout out to Black Nubian in the building, Canadian brothers.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Yes, sir. Shout out to all 37 in the building. Make sure you guys click the like button if you don't mind. Thank you very much, gentlemen, family. In 2 weeks, we'll be having the Petronio Alvarez Festival here, almost 3 weeks, here in Cali, Colombia, starting on the 12th, that Wednesday. So if any of you, we're going to do some videos this week that centers around that. So if any of you are going to be coming to Colombia and you say, hey, Cali is on an hour flight away, you could jump on, you got the Flower Festival in Medellin, which is an amazing parade and festival and concerts and shows. I know it's called the Flower Festival, but I'm telling you, it's a party up on partying in Medellin for the first week. And then the second/third week of August every year, An hour from Medellin, you've got Cali, Colombia, Afro-Colombian Festival with over 600,000 brothers and sisters from around the world with 5 days of free concerts, all type of food. Yeah, you're going to see some bad sisters here, boy. Woo! They come from everywhere. They come from everywhere. Shout out to Jay Anderson the Great. He say, love the title. I appreciate that, brother. Jay says, salute to the grown man's chat. Andre and Andrea, love crossing borders. Appreciate you all. Salute. Always salute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And once again, shout out to Black Nubian. Looks like we made it down to everybody. He say, is cybersecurity a great career for Colombia? Now, remember this. That's a good question, Pharaoh. Remember this. Whenever you're looking for online job opportunities, unless you're getting paid in dollars or euro or yen or pound, you might not want to take a job that allows you to make money in that country's currency. Like some countries still have the shillings. Some countries, such as Colombia and the Philippines, still use the peso. You do not want to go to Colombia and become cybersecurity for $500 a month. You want to come to Colombia or Thailand or Brazil or even Portugal and already have a job that you're doing online. So all you're doing is physically doing the job that you already have in a different geographical location. A lot of Theos graduates that I've met. So when I sit back and I say, I know Theos graduates and I've seen how much money these guys make and how these guys are living their best lives, I'm telling you, this is not a myth. This is not something, I'm not talking about like one or two dudes, bruh. I have met several of Theos graduates. And these guys are around the world now. And they are doing a cloud engineering and AI. And I'm telling you, they are making their paper, bruh. Kid you not. And what Theo says is absolutely correct. You are never done getting certifications. Those guys are always, even though they're working, even though they're making 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 a year, they are still taking certifications because there are more certs to come down the line. So even when you graduate Theo's classes, do realize there's always room for more training and more growth, even after you're hired. Even after you're hired. Shout out to the official one, our brother Kobe in the building. Good evening, fellas. He said, I'm on 7 countries in the last, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly how I would do it. He said, in Nairobi right now. Shout out to Nairobi. If I'm not mistaken, that's where Austin Girl is from. It's from Nairobi. Yes, sir. Yep, get that remote job. Get the remote job so you can be anywhere in the world, but you don't want to go to that country and get hired unless they are paying the European pound or euro. You're getting paid in euros, which is strong. You're getting paid in yen. You're getting paid in a stronger currency that's in dollars. But you, for most countries, you do not want to get paid in their local currency. Yes, sir. Yes, you do want to get your digital nomad visa. Yep, that's true. Let's get ready to get started, gentlemen. Let's get ready to get started. Hear this brother destroying our sister, Melyssa Ford, teaching her a lesson that she and many women need to learn.
Many of our sisters have been taught how to either look at a guy's pecs, paper, or penis.
I like how he put that. He's right. Many sisters are programmed to look at a man's pecs, a man's paper, and a man's penis. And that's all they judge us as. And that's globally. That's globally. And that's basically throughout the races too. Doesn't matter if you're white, Latin. That's how we men are being judged today in 2026. How you're built, how much money you have, and can you lay it down in bed?
Okay.
The conversation goes with her girl, look at
1, 2, or 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Now, the guys, the males who have not matriculated into manhood because they haven't received proper information and instruction, remember the coaching, they get stuck in maleness. So they've got all of the stuff that make them look like men. They got facial hair. They got all of the, right? The accoutrements of success, all of that. It makes them appear as men. But really, they're still stuck in the mental, emotional, spiritual capacity of boys. And what they've been taught are the tenets of what masculinity is, but not manhood. So they've been taught how to work on their pecs because what they've been told is your manhood is measured in how strong you are. They've been taught that.
Get fit, get rich.
That's it. So now your manhood is measured up against how much paper you make. Or your penis. How many women have you slept with? None of those things have anything to do with manhood.
0.
So now we've got two sides that have been misled about what manhood is. So our sisters have been taught to look for men based on those 3 areas. Our brothers have been taught that these are the 3 areas that their manhood is measured up against. And really, both sides are lost.
But I think things are changing drastically right now.
Now, let me lay a foundation real quick based on what he said, because I've been mentioning this for years. He's going to say it over and over again, but I've been saying this for years. He's basically saying there's a difference between being an adult male and developing yourself in your manhood. Most of us know this. There's a difference between a grown male that still acts immature, even though he has the same anatomy of an adult male. There are grown males that have nice things, but that doesn't make them a man. And a lot of times he's saying that a lot of times women complain about men, but yet they ain't never dated a man. They've dated a bunch of males. Yes, they let a bunch of males smash that coochie. A bunch of males broke their hearts. They gave babies to a bunch of males. And the truth of the matter remains is a lot of women don't want to date a man. When women say we don't need men, a lot of women don't need or want men because they're so used to being smashed and trashed by males. Yeah, you don't need a man because this is something you ain't never had. A lot of you sisters ain't never had a man, ain't never. You got 3 baby daddies and 2 ex-husbands, all of them male. Not one of them behaved like a man. You know why? Because you never wanted a man. Your mama didn't have a man. Your grandmama didn't have a man. Your grandmama got pregnant by 3 dudes too. She ain't have a man. She had males that got her pregnant. There's a big difference. It's like the difference between ninjas and black folks. Black folks don't like ninjas and ninjas don't like black folks. It's the same thing with men and males. I don't care if it's a white male or a black male. I don't care if it's an Asian male or a Latin male. Most males can't stand you men. Why do you think it's so many males crying about the passport bro movement? You don't see no men crying about what another man does with his passport. Not a stable man. You don't see another man going on, you don't see men going on TikTok talking about they just going over there to DR to trick off the money. That ain't, a man knows this compared to a male. A man is like, that ain't none of my business. That's a grown man with grown man money. He earned his money, he can spend it like he want to. Whether he tricking on chicks in the States or tricking on chicks in DR, that's that man's money. That's how men think. Stay out of another man's business. Males will get on this microphone and cry about another man flying to the Philippines and enjoying his life. Males cannot stand men because men don't look for shortcuts. Men don't half step. Men don't BS around. Men have standards. Men know how to tell pretty women, you can go on somewhere with that. You ain't the only pretty woman. That's a man trait. Males are thirsty about every pretty woman. Males do not want their women healthy. A male will sit back and say, you ain't got to lose that weight. Her kidneys and her liver has been screaming for the last 4 years for that woman to get healthy. But because she got a big butt, a male will tell her, don't change her diet. A male will tell her, don't sit back and go to the gym. Don't have proper sleep. A male will tell her, come on, girl, we go ahead and smoke this weed anyway. When her body is telling her, keep going like this, you are not going to make it to 40. But a male will tell her, because she got a big butt, even though she's unhealthy, a male will tell her, you losing too much weight. A man will tell her, you better get your butt in the gym if you're going to be with me. I am not going to be with the unhealthy woman. You want to see me in the gym. See, a man will go to the gym and set an example for his woman to go to the gym. There are no such things as leadership males. I'm going to say this again. You will not find males that are leaders, ever. Anybody that's ever been a leader, whether it be your household, whether it be a famous person, whether it be a person that is in the military, all leaders must walk in their masculinity or be men about it. Can I say it like that? Be a man about it. The buck stops with you. If it works out, it starts with you. If it doesn't work out, it stops with you. Men don't use excuses. Males do. Men don't cry about the government. Men try to do something about it, or they either get their passports and leave, or they move to another state. See, males cry about what Trump is doing because they ain't gonna do nothing. Males gonna cry all the day long. Old males, young males, rich males, poor males, males that got a house, males that living in tents. Males gonna always cry. If you want to see somebody that ain't gonna do nothing for real, all you got to do is look for a male. A male will never leave a woman that's destroying his life. A male is a man that a woman has to file a divorce on, because a man would have been left her. A man would have filed for that divorce. A male, one of the reasons why we have an 80% clip of divorces having to be filed, and I say it like that, having to be filed by women in the United States, is because we got too many males in the United States. We got too many males. Men like me who knew the marriage was over. It was done. It wasn't going nowhere. We could have stayed together another year. We could have went to counseling for another 3 more years. We could have went to church another 5 more years. We both knew that marriage was over. So we had a choice. And I said this to Andrea, and I say this to you a couple times before. I could have been a male or a man knowing that the divorce was coming. Here's the difference. Check it out, fellas. A man knows that divorce is coming. So before he gets bitter, she gets bitter, you both sit down and have a conversation. It's a painful conversation. It's an uncomfortable conversation. Talking about divorce and setting up, it's not good. But you're a man about it. You're not yelling at her. You're not worried about who she's dating after the marriage. You ain't worried about who she gonna have the kids around. You ain't thinking about none of that yet. Right now, you're thinking about, we need to go ahead and get this divorce in order. And she's like, I agree. That's a man. Here's a male. You caught that? A male ain't gonna do nothing. He gonna sit back and wait for her to file for the divorce. He gonna wait for her to sit him down and say, baby, we need to talk. He's gonna wait for her to say, I don't think this working out. A male will accuse her, you must got somebody else. A man don't care if she got somebody else. When I filed for divorce, I was not sitting around wondering who my ex-wife was going to be sleeping with, hanging around with, dating, marrying in the future. I did not waste my time on that. My job was to focus on this scenario that I was in. Not to sit around like males do. I ain't gonna leave because she gonna be with somebody else. She gonna be able to suck him the better than she sucked me. That ain't my job to think about that. But a male will. If I leave her, then my kids gonna be around another dude. Yeah. But the kids are living in hell while you and mom ain't getting along in the house. But a male don't care nothing about that. Male don't care that mom, every time she turn around, your mom getting in an argument because she going through your phone because some chick called you again, and the kids were sitting on the couch while you and mama arguing about some chick that called you or some dude that text her, and you acting a fool because one of her coworkers text her. But you think y'all marriage is you're gonna be a great parent as long as you stay there and the kids see you arguing with their mama, and you think that's a good thing. You ever notice a woman doesn't think that's a good thing? Do you notice that women will leave you and not think about the kids at all? You ever notice that? Only men talk about, I'm gonna stay there for my kids. Women say, I'm taking these kids. We move to the other side of the city, or you gonna move to the other side of the city, but I am not staying in this marriage with you. You know why? Because in that scenario, your woman is the man and you are the male. Men know the buck stops with me. If this marriage works, it stops with me, meaning that I have done what it takes to make a marriage work. If this marriage doesn't work, the buck stops with me. I'm the leader, even if it doesn't work out. I'm the one to wipe my hands, roll up my sleeves, and fill out the paperwork. That's a man. I'm responsible for the good things, and I'm responsible in many cases, not all, because if she's cheating on you, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if you guys aren't getting along, somebody's got to be the one to pull the trigger. And most of the time, women have married males, and males don't know how to lead. Therefore, they rarely, if ever, pull the trigger when it's time to move on. Some of y'all have been with 20 women in your life. 6 of them were solid relationships. You ever notice you ain't never left a woman a day in your life? Yeah, you left some side chicks and some some one-night stands. I'm talking about real relationships. Some of us as men have never broken up with a woman. You've been in 6 serious relationships and you have never broken up with a woman. You know why? Because you walk this earth as a male, not a man. A man has no problem to make sure that things are going right, and a man has no problem with stepping up when everything is going wrong. Yes, she's going to cry. Yes, you're going to cry. Yes, she'll be sad. Yes, you'll be sad. But I would rather be the one that's responsible for saying we need to sit down and talk because this ain't working. Then they'll come home from work one day and my wife got the locks changed on the car, on the house, and my wife got restraining orders and the kids won't come outside because daddy pulling up. I would rather be the one that's responsible for the separation than my wife got restraining orders on me. And a lot of you guys end up in situations like that. And then you cry to the world, women ain't fair. Women are evil. Women, no. She been waiting for you 3 years ago to be a man and sit her down and say, this ain't working, babe. And she gonna start crying and you gonna start crying. But by the time y'all leave that bedroom, divorce is going to be filed and you guys are going to be hurt, but there's life after. But no, you didn't do that. You waited 3 years as a male. She sat you down 80% of the time. She told you 80% of the time, this is not going to work statistically 80% of the time. Filled out the paperwork 80% of the time. She's changed the locks. She's told her pastor, when next time you see me in church, you will see me solo. I won't be with my husband. She's told all her co-workers she's filing for a divorce. She told all her family members. She's already talked to your mama and your daddy already know. She's talked to your sister. Everybody know that she's filing a divorce on you, but you. Why? Because you're moving as a male and not a man. And that's what this brother's point is. The day that men stop moving just because you are genetically and physically an adult does not make you a man. Just because you're rich in business does not make you a man in relationships. This topic tonight is not about business, is it? So you can have all the nice cars. You could have traveled the world. You could have had all the beautiful ladies. But if you don't know how at one point in time to develop and walk in your manhood, you're just walking the earth as a male. Some of us, I'm gonna tell the truth. I would even say most of us are going to be born, and most of us of all race, color, creeds, and countries are going to die as males. You think good women are rare? You know what's more rare? Men. Men. I'm not talking about the physical walking around the planet males. I'm talking about those who through thick and thin, up and down. I am a man when I wake up in the morning, and I'm a man when I go to bed at night. I don't vote for this particular person because everybody else voted for him. I make my own decisions. If I say I'm going this way, I'm going this way, even though all my boys, when we get off the plane, they're going that way. That's a man's move. There are dudes that came to Medellin, guys, and I'm going to end it with this. That came to Medellin, Colombia, followed their boys, still, even though they were with 3, 4, 5, remember the last ones? 4 dudes got robbed and drugged. That meant that there were 3 dudes that followed another dude. A man is like, yeah, y'all can have all them women, bro, but I'm going this way, bro. Y'all can do that. I'm gonna get my own woman. No, y'all ain't got to bring me one. I'm good. I'm going this way. 4 dudes wake up the next day, everything gone. And this is over the last month. We have to start, as we travel, walking in our manhood, walking in your own decisions. The buck stops with you, and not walking only in your maleness. Yes, we're all male, but we are not all men. And I don't have to define men for you because we already know. But some of us just don't want to walk in it. And I don't know why. Shout out to Dion in the building. Yes, sir. Shout out to T-Mac in the building as well. Let's continue on, listen to what the brother had to say. So that's what the foundation of what the brother was saying to Melyssa Ford. You ladies, he was basically saying, you ladies complain about the type of men that you get, but you ladies aren't dating men. You like males. You like toxic males. You like males that'll get you pregnant. You like males that run through your money. You like insecure males. You like males that are addicted to one thing or another. You like males that are insecure. You like males that cheat. You like males that want to gaslight you for sex. You like it. And that's what the brother explained to Melyssa Ford. We hear you ladies complaining, but you like the type of males you're getting. You call men simps. Let a dude open up a car door for you, and you talking about he gave me the ick for opening up a car door for you. But let another dude slap you upside the head as a male, you're gonna suck him off. He knock you upside the head, ladies, you gonna suck him off.
They're trying.
So, well, here's what is happening, is that women, by and large, this is the first full generation of women that no longer need to get married or be with men for provision or protection.
Yes, but
this is the first. So just
yes.
So this is the first time.
But this is also one of our problems, ironically.
So, but wait, hold on. So what women are now asking for is we're asking for a man to come to the table who.
This is this generation of women that are saying that they don't need men. As we look at the screen, they say they don't need us, but look at the results.
Who has a certain level of self-development. We're looking for EQ. We're looking for curiosity, intellectual curiosity. We're looking for somebody who has empathy. We're looking for somebody who understands the nature of partnership. Women are generally speaking, but a lot of women are not very interested in fulfilling, specific gender roles like I cook, I clean, you take the garbage out type shit. Women are looking for partnerships because a lot of the women we're talking about are extraordinarily self-sufficient and especially financially sufficient. So there is the need for partnership. And also when it comes to child, rearing, it's like you're not babysitting your child, you're taking care of your child as well. So this is a 50-50 thing between the two of us. And what women are starting to discover is that men emotionally have been left behind. There is a drastic chasm between the two of us. Now, what I want to bring in at this moment is, I'm going to butcher this, but Bell Hooks, in her book, All About Love, she basically talks about the first violent act of the patriarchy is not against women, it's against young boys, where it basically asks them or conditions them to carve out their entire emotional spectrum. And all that's left is what's acceptable emotion for men to display: rage and anger. Empathy, vulnerability, sadness,
two of the
joy,
most acceptable
whimsy.
things about a guy.
Exactly. Though the other things, they are not. So it almost seems like boys aren't necessarily raised to be boys, because what does that even mean? They're raised how to not be girls.
That's it.
And so that's confusing.
Okay. She made a statement, if you guys didn't hear it. The reason why we have these YNs running around, because boys are no longer raised to be boys. They're just raised to not be girls. I'll say this again. Boys are no longer raised to be boys, to be men as they grow up. They, based off of what she's saying, they are raised to not be girls. The question I have is this: who's raising them, the present parent or the missing parent? Who raises most of the kids in our community? The present parent or the missing parent? Because we often try to blame in communities the missing parent, but I dare to say the person that is causing the most damage in our community is the present parent. And in most cases, that present parent is the single mom. And I'll piggyback off of that. I'll give you an example. Let you or your brother or your uncle or any young man these days had gotten a scholarship to a prestigious school. Who would have gotten a pat on the back? The mother. Girl, you raised a good man. I know he was smart. Let a single mother's son be drafted to the NBA. Everybody's going to give mom the accolades, right? See, you did a good job, girl, raising that man. So everybody gives her the accolades when a young black male does right, when a young white male does right, when a young Latin male does right, and he's raised by a single mother. Pats on the back for mom. I'm about my mama a new house. Soon as I'm my first million, I'm about my mama a house, get her out the hood, right? Mom. Single mom get the accolades. Soon as that boy goes to prison, becomes a baby daddy, walks around with a ski mask on as a YN, drops out of college, becomes an alcoholic, becomes destructive and abusive in society. Everybody want to ask, where's the father? Where's daddy at? These fatherless homes, we need more black men in the community to step up. If it wasn't for the missing black men, wait a minute. So if the young black males do right, mom gets the accolades, the praise, the glory. But as soon as a knucklehead, that same boy, which would have been raised in that same house under the auspices of those same women, soon as he does something stupid, you blame the missing parent. So I ask again, who's responsible for the actions of these young men who are growing up, who are emotionally deficient, who are still trying to find themselves at 30, who don't know how to network, who don't know how to be in stable relationships and have never seen one before, and for the most part have never seen real manhood, but they've only seen malehood. Whose fault is this? The missing parent or the present parent? I say it's the present parent, especially those like Mr. Darker said that say I'm your mother and your father. Do not we sit back and we got women that's talk about they get I'm supposed to get a gift on Mother's Day and Father's Day? Are not these the generation of women that said that we not only don't need men, we don't need our kids to have their fathers, and they keep the fathers away? This is that generation she's talking about. So if these young men and ladies do good, the world praises them. The mothers. He was raised by a single mother in a tin roof in Alabama. But soon as he started kidnapping some people, everybody wanted to say, where's the father? Extremely hypocritical. Shout out to my brother Slim in the building. Let's continue on as we look at the YNs and why these YNs exist. He says not black men, 54% of black. He says it's not black men. 54% of black men have never had kids. Absolutely correct. That's another fact that they try to throw that stereotype on us, which is not true. Absolutely correct, brother.
Confusing as hell. So what does it mean to raise a boy into a man? What does that mean without using the example of, see, girls do this, don't do this. Mm-hmm. You know, like as a father, mm-hmm. How do you raise a boy from a man in a healthy manner? Because evidently, as a woman who's in these streets, mm-hmm. A lot of them are literally still stuck in that maleness, as you say.
Yeah. The simple answer is this: the same rules that we have for our daughter dating are the same rules that we have for our son dating. The same things that so many of us as men and potential men in waiting. Mm-hmm. We've gotten our humanity stolen from us. So the minute that you tell a boy that he shouldn't cry, because boys don't cry, is the minute that you have stolen that boy's humanity from him. Mm-hmm. So many of our women have been programmed into seeing men as stoic as their great grandfathers and grandfathers, but just don't know it. So when they have a conversation with a man who is emotionally in tune with himself, and he talks about something that hurt his feelings or something that he doubts about himself or something that he may fear, mm-hmm. It gives a woman the ick. Very few people, mm-hmm. Look, our brothers are suffering, but I'm going to say this very loud, full-chested. Our women are doing better, but they're not doing well.
He said our women are doing better, but they are not doing well.
Explain that.
Because when I just gave that example about a woman hearing all of those things from a man, mm-hmm. and then getting the ick behind it, What you don't realize about yourself is that you're still caught up in the idea of what patriarchy is.
Yes.
Because we're all poisoned by it. It's not just the guys. It's the women too.
Oh, I've met quite a few women with internalized misogyny and that are really
for sure.
Yeah.
So when this woman, now watch this, if we're talking about our sisters being the most educated demographic in the country, if you're the most educated demographic in the country, it would stand to reason that eventually that's going to turn into dollars. And if that turns into dollars, it stands to reason that you will probably be the bigger breadwinner in your relationship. Are you ready for that?
Okay, so let me ask you this. That is a very good
Most women are not.
So that is a very good question. That is a very, very good question. However,
because we got to have a real conversation now. I'm done having the surface level fake conversation. I went all the way, and I'm okay with that. I just want him to have feelings. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're lying.
You're right.
You're lying.
Okay, so let me say by way of observation, I have observed in relationships with friends when the woman is the breadwinner.
Yes.
Boy, does it get super complicated.
It gets so
but
complicated.
There's two things that
I want to ask you guys something, because I hear this stereotype, but I've never heard it directly from men. And I need you guys to be honest, seriously. Have you found or seen most men insecure if their woman makes more money? Now, I'm not talking about Jeff in the hood. I'm not talking about Chad from the trailer parks. I'm talking about you make 60, she make 120. Are most dudes, and I kid you not, I really want to know. Yeah, this DeAndre, correct. That's exactly who it is. Good call, T-Mac. Put in the comment section, guys. Just put a 1, or if you know of guys like that, or you a guy that's like that. Put a 2 if you're not a guy and you don't know any guys like that. I'm a 2. I don't know any guys because I have always walked in a different type of circle. So my circle's not insecure. Okay, I thought it was. It's not real. Most men out earn. I'm not talking about them. I'm gonna say this again. I'm not talking about the men that out earn women. I'm not talking about them. I gave you guys a scenario. The woman makes 120. The man brings 60 to 75 or 50 to 65 a year. Hardworking man, good dude. I'm not talking about Keith and Tyrone in the hood. I'm talking about a solid dude. He's a solid dude. And he's insecure or jealous. Is he let's put it like this. Maybe I should just talk from Andre's perspective, and I rarely do that. I've never been one of them dudes. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I said this before. I could easily say, and I mean this, easily say, a good 70% of the women that I've ever been with made way more money than I make. If I was at 80, I'm smashing $200,000 women. If I'm at 60, I'm smashing a chick that's making $90,000 a year. if I'm at 50, we're both at 50, or she's at 52, 53. So at least from my perspective, maybe because I'm so used to it that it kind of like it goes over my head when women say, well, men are intimidated, or men, because women are getting the bag. That has never moved. You see how you always hear me talk. I'm smashing the chick that got the 5-bedroom house with the giant island in front of her stove and got her legs spread on top of the island. I've smashed chicks in Tampa that literally lived in the neighborhood that I wished I could have lived in. And I lived in a really nice area of Tampa, in Riverview. But them Wesley Chapel chicks with them houses, I'm like, man, I wish I could have me a Wesley Chapel house. And I'm driving out to Wesley Chapel all the time, smashing chicks out there. So let me ask you this. Are more guys, do you think, like me? Or do you think more guys are like the women are saying, that guys are intimidated, guys don't approach them because they're scared, they see the woman step out of a nice car, and so they think, wow, I can't afford a woman like that. When you're young, in your early 20s, maybe something like that, maybe in your mid-20s, because you a man, you still trying to get yourself in order. I'm a 25-year-old man, I'm a 27-year-old man. I can see in the 20s, maybe something like that. But I kid you not, most chicks that I dated, basically all of them made more money than me. And here's the kicker. The more money I made, the more certain doors opened up to me, and the more I was exposed to a higher level of woman. So even when I cracked 6 figures, now it opened up doors for me to smash $300,000 to $500,000 chicks. So I went from I'm making 40 and I'm smashing chicks that's making 80. I'm making 80, now I'm smashing chicks that's making 130. I crack 100,000, now I'm smashing chicks that's making 300 to 500,000. I never was like, every blue moon I would smash a chick that didn't have no money. Like that. Let's put it like this, like that. I didn't smash broke chicks. I never was into broke chicks. But let's say a chick was making like 40,000 a year, right? Every once in a while I smash one of those. But bro, I kid you not, most of the women, so are most men mentally let's be real, mentally like me, most mature men. Remember, there's difference between a male and a man. Us mature men. Do mature men get intimidated by women that's making money? For me, it's never been an issue. I mean, never. I've never had one woman ever throw her money up in my face. Her car. Like I said, I was getting flued out before flued out was called flued out. And they would not blink to throw it back in my face. I've had women tell me, man, I kid you not, I mean women that was making money, nice homes. Move to my state. I know you won't make as much as I do when you first get here, but I got your back. I had plenty of women offer me. I'm talking about women that had paper. I had chicks that wanted me to move out to DC. They was making that White House paper. But shout out to Zeta. I was just asking guys, Zeta, and you can answer this too, because I'm going to come to the comment section. Shout out to all you guys that are supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. I was just asking the brothers, Is it true what women say back in the States that men are intimidated by their degrees and intimidated that they have nice homes now and nice car? I was never that dude, bruh. Not a one. Not a one. Let me hear what you guys have to say. Slim said this. He said, I've never dated a woman that out-earned me, whether she owned a business, a home, a nice vehicle, or not. So let me ask you this. Do you know of any guys that were intimidated by that if they dated somebody that out-earned? He said, I only had one woman that I dated that made more because her father was a narco. She was my first Colombian girlfriend. He said, I was cautious with her when I found out about her pops. So Slim, T-Mac, and all you other guys, I'm still asking the question of guys that you might know, are men intimidated by how much money women make? I'll even say this. There are some guys that will subconsciously not date women that make as much money or more money than them because they're not comfortable with it. Some guys can make $500,000 a year and will not date a woman that makes $1 million a year. I never had an issue with that. I'll date either way. Some guys, they just aren't built to date. I'm not coming at you guys, but what I'm saying is that intimidation factor true? Because you guys say that you haven't dated women that made more than you, even though there is an existence of that there are a few women, not a lot, but there are some women out there that make good money. So a lot of guys don't do it because, and I'm just giving a hypothesis, a guesstimate, because they just aren't comfortable with dating a woman that makes more than them. I don't know. And like I said, maybe a subconscious thing is I don't think guys are purposely doing it like that, but I think it might sometimes be a subconscious thing. Or maybe not having the opportunity, because that is not that many women. Women try to make it seem like it's all these women making all this money. It is a small percentage of women that's making good money. I'll say this again. Even today, there is a small percent of women that is making good money, over $60,000 a year. It is not that many women making over $60,000 a year. They will sell you that mess on social media. So I believe what you guys are saying, Slim and T-Mac, because the pool is so small. Not because you guys are intimidated, but the pool is so small of women that make the type of money you guys make. But if you listen to social media, they'll say it as if every other woman is getting the bag. He said, let me take that back. He said, I have smashed women in Tampa that have had big money from divorces. Yeah, that's true. And own multiple homes after Gasparilla. Shout out to Gasparilla. Shout out to Gasparilla celebration. Yes, sir. Elham said that he's more potential problems if the woman makes more. So do most you guys kind of like think that the woman makes more, it's potential? I never had an issue. Not once. I will have a chick, man, that's doing a convention. She's on stage. She's a doctor. She's on stage doing a presentation. And I'll be in the audience. And she's making $200,000 to $300,000 a year, and I'm making 80. And once she comes down off stage, she comes to sit right next to me, the man. And when we get back to the house, I'm the man. And the next morning, I'm the man. But I don't, the reason why I'm asking because I hear women say that we're intimidated, but I don't hear men say that we're intimidated. You see what I'm saying? I always hear y'all intimidated because we get in our bag. Is not that many of you making money, women. Stop acting like that. Tori says this. He says society, shout out to Tori with the $20 love. He says society places some of the most weight on the most weight on the money. I know, right? It has some weight. He said, but I believe it's more the education that a woman has. That I can concur with. That I agree with. He say, we men truly don't care for what they make. That's how I was. It doesn't education has more of an attraction. That's how I am. I never, the money of a woman never impacted me. That's why it was always no biggie if a woman made more than me, because of the circles that I was in the circles that I didn't want to be in, the broke chicks. But an educated woman, I knew she could help me with this, or she had the ability, she had connections for that. I was more into women that had good networks that could open. Did I not marry that here in Colombia? Andrea's got so many connections. Andrea does all our tax work because she's an accountant and a bookkeeper. She's done it for several businesses around this city, major businesses. Andrea was the one that did all our paperwork for our lease. And if there's one mistake, I remember when we first got our first lease in 2019, kid you not, 2018, there was one word off. That one word would have cost me. I'm still in the States. Some of you guys have heard me tell this story. Andrea sends me a copy of our lease. She circled that one word. She said, I already talked to the leasing manager of the building. They're going to send me another copy without that word in it. Don't sign this copy I'm sending you with the circle, Andre. I'm just sending you an example of what this could have cost you. Now, even though Andrea, because of pesos, doesn't make more than me, but because of her education, her networks, her skills, makes her more valuable than just monetary. Andres does all my visa work. If I need help with this when it comes to the official this or the official that, Andres helped me out with all type medical. Andre is the one that's got a giant file on me from every time I go to the doctor for a checkup, making sure my health is great. Nothing's wrong with me, but the insurance here is so inexpensive, you might as well go and take advantage of the doctor as much as you want. So she has all the files, the medical records. Let the doctor say something. Andre's like, I got that. Don't worry about it. And she'll pull up the file, bam, and she'll pull out the paperwork. So even though she doesn't make the equivalent of 6 figures in the States, she brings so much more value with, like my brother said, her education, her skills, and her network. So a lot of times women do brag on their money too much, but they don't offer anything, bring anything else to the table. Dark Green says this. He says, smashing isn't marriage. This is true. He said, you got to be there for when the mouth gets disrespectful. That's a good point too. That's a good point too. Because, and I'll be honest, the 4 serious relationships I was in, only one made more money than me. Now, I'm not saying that I couldn't have been in a serious relationship with these other ladies, because many of them are really good women. But they just wanted your boy for the smash. They didn't need my money. They just needed me to come through and smash. So you're absolutely correct. Experience a woman smashing, I'm coming through every blue moon, it is different from being in a relationship with these women and you got to deal with her, I'm a diva every day. That's a good point. That's a good point. He said USF, shout out to USF University, Southern Florida. He said, I have smashed women in Tampa that made big money from divorces and multiple homes. Guys, I think I read that one earlier. Absolutely correct. He said, but the more women make, the more masculine they become. I wasn't running across too many like that, but I do hear that. So I'm not going to deny what you gentlemen are saying. Shout out to Black Cleaner in the building. I saw your interview with O'Shea Duke Jackson. If you guys want to see an excellent interview, go back a couple of weeks, because Black Cleaner was on O'Shea Duke Jackson and he was promoting his wonderful book that he's come out with, at the same time telling about his life, if I'm not mistaken, in Panama. He said it depends on the mentality of the woman. That's how I was looking at it. He said there were some women who expected the man, even at 60, to pay for her lifestyle. That's true. I can agree with that. The ones I dealt with, they weren't expecting that. They already knew what type of money they had. They were just happy to be with your boy. But I can't agree with what you're saying. He said, when I was in San Diego, marrying a wealthy woman who were trying to meet me on the down low in hotels, even offered to pay for everything. I couldn't do it. So if she was it because she was married, or was it because she was wealthy? Or you just say, that's just not me? Zeta says, heck, he said, heck no, we're not intimidated. I don't think men are intimidated either. I think hood dudes might be, but us dudes, us grown men, no, I don't think that we're intimidated. He said, I never was at all. We're glad. Yeah, you be glad for the woman. Like, oh, what you do? Oh, wow, that's nice. And you, dude, after they tell me what they do, it would never come up again. It would never, dude, I don't care. Cool. He said, glad for them, but their attitudes make them less approachable. Man, I never went through that, but you guys are saying the same thing, so I have to agree with you guys. He said, I think men are intimidated when a woman makes more. They tend to overcompensate. The men or the women? The men or the women overcompensating? Shout out to Kofi in the building. Kofi says this. He said, the money isn't the intimidation, it's the added. Now, there we go. There we go. That mouth, that disrespect, men don't want to deal with that. Men don't want to brace themselves for that. That's the answer. There we go. I agree with that. My brother IMF in the building. He says this. He said, if a 304 through or knew how much money that she made to a traditional man outside the U.S., see how fast traditional men outside the U.S. would abandon that 304. He said they don't tolerate their manhood being challenged. This is true. Like we do in the States. We'll use the term partner. She's my partner. We're the only ones in the world that says that. No other country, they run around talking about my wife is my girl or my girl is my partner. Only in America. You guys got a lot of comments. Let's get back to the woo. You guys are gonna put some of these comments in super chats. Let me. Poor man 313 says this. He say, Dre, most men don't care about how much money they make. They don't want to deal with that. Like you guys are saying, okay, the attitude. I have to agree with that. I have to agree with that tremendously. Elham says this. He said, some brothers might be able to pull it off. He said, I'm old school. It's once again, it's the attitude. So coming to a conclusion, I could say most of us, if not all of us, agree. We ain't moved by your money, boo. We just ain't trying to deal with your attitude, that mouth and that mindset. Correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. I think that we've all come to the reality that it's that mouth and that mindset that caused them to be so ugly, so unattractive, to where dudes like, I'm not tolerating this. And when we leave them alone, women think it's the money. You just don't want to be with me because I make more money than you. No, I don't want to be with you because of your mouth and your attitude. And women haven't picked up on that yet. And they don't want to pick up on it. They want to blame the money when we don't care about the money. We don't care about the money. Black Nubian says this. He said, I will never let a woman call me for real, seriously. My wife doesn't like that term either. He said, first time I heard that, he said, I assumed that the guy was gay. Absolutely correct, because that's an LGBTQ term. And my brother, the meek, are loved in the building. He says, sweet daddy from Sewerfly or Superfly said, excuse me, gentlemen. He said, I keep them broke. Wake up in the morning with some money. He say they subject to cry, subject to go crazy. You know, he said, I keep them looking good, pretty, and all that. He said, you know, but no dough. They don't get the money. That's how I've always been. I've never let a woman feel comfortable with the fact of get comfortable with my money. No, we're going to get comfortable with your money. But I never was one of them dudes to be, you know, like you guys said, that the attitude in that mouth, I have to agree with that. He said, correct, Dre. He said, once that mouth starts going, I'm out the door. Peace. That's how I am. And they would get so upset with your boy when I kick them out. Because they think because they make six figures, nobody's going to kick them out of their apartment. See, they would sit back and see me in my house. They would be like, huh? You're kicking me out? Because they think because they're beautiful, educated, have good careers, there is no way you're going to kick me out. And so when I kick them out, they are just flabbergasted that a simp wouldn't kick them out. But Andre, how dare you kick me out? Yeah, the attitude is the issue. He said, but I have, he said, but I've seen dudes get insecure being around peers because of the materialistic nature of the people in Southern California. I've seen that before. Shout out to Craven Williams in the building. Shout out to Craven. Appreciate you being here, brother. Craven says, not the money, it's the lack of marital and relationship values. That's true too. Not all women are worthy of marriage or even relationship values. Remember on Martin's show, people would call Martin, I heard your woman makes more money. That's true. I forgot on Martin's show, Gina made more money than Martin. That is true. You say money skills, but no relationship skills. I know I got a lot of, not a lot, but I got a couple of female colleagues that are like that. All degrees, big bank accounts, but can't pick a good man if that was his last name, Goodman. He said that mouse gets them into a lot of ish. A lot of them don't know how to shut up. Seriously. He said their verbal abuse is equivalent to a man's physical abuse. Good point. The difference, these lovely ladies exercise theirs, meaning their version of abuse, without consequences, as if nothing's going to happen. And let's go back to Slim with the last one too. We'll go back to the video. He said they tend to believe by virtue of being born a woman, they are entitled to top-notch winners of men. And that is not true. That is not true. You are 100% correct, brother. Let's go back here. I'll come back to you in a second, IMF. So we got a whole luncheon of successful women, but most of them ain't got a man.
You know why? Because everybody has to retrain their brain.
So there's two things that are happening at the same time.
Yep.
One, she may feel it's a little bit challenging to regard him as the head of the household when she's the one paying for the household.
So let me get to that real quick. This is good. Mm-hmm. This is good.
Mm-hmm.
We got to bring into the conversation now this idea of particularly black men and black women. Black women are under the impression that when they become accomplished and they make more money, that black men are intimidated by them.
Do you not agree that some
it's
are?
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Okay. There's a huge difference between being intimidated and turned off.
Okay.
You guys called it. Let's bring back what he said.
Do you not agree that some
it's
are?
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. There's a huge difference between being intimidated and turned off.
There is a big difference. And we're talking about he's married to, for those that don't know, he's married to Sally Richardson, one of the baddest baddies of the 90s. Still a beautiful woman. So that's who he's married to for 23 years, Sally Richardson. And he's the man of his house, even though at this point in time, she makes more than he does. Let's go back to the comments. I like how he put it. These women are a turnoff, not an intimidation. Just because we stop calling you ladies does not mean that we're intimidated. You just are a turnoff. We don't want to be bothered with you. JK's in the building with the $5 love say. He said, my ex tried to call me partner. He said, I asked if she was a dude. She said, why? I told her that LGBTQ term, that's an LGBTQ terminology. You're my girl. You're with a man or with your man. Absolutely correct. I'm not your partner. This is not a business venture. And Tori says this with the $20 love. He said, I find most women that make more money than me don't have or know men that can hold a conversation. That's true. That's true. I find that most women that make more money than me don't have or know a man that can hold a conversation. That's true. I do know a lot of dudes, man. I ain't gonna lie. When you get to a certain level of woman, you can't hold a conversation. That's why you notice that as we travel, some guys can't go higher than a woman on certain levels. Let's be for real. I'm being honest. There are some guys, I'll say a lot of guys, when they get to the Philippines, they can only date up this far. When they get to Colombia, they can only date this far. They will never date higher than this. They can't keep a conversation. It is not about language difference or things like that. It's about that there are some men, even men that make good money, have great pensions. They will never break the glass ceiling to get to other levels of women that expect you to be able to hold a decent conversation. That is true. That is true. I'm not coming at us, fellas, but I'm coming at us. He said, I don't have to know about your job, but I have enough. He said, but I know enough about it. Absolutely correct. He said, I never had a problem with women with money. Educate yourselves. I was the same way, bro. I never was that dude. Aisha from the round away, and that's as high as I ever go. Oh, she's an 8, but she dumb as a bunch of rock. I do not like beautiful, stupid women. Give me a hot nerd chick all day long. Give me a bookworm all day long. Give me a homebody, a sexy homebody all day long. Give me a sexy, attractive church girl or imam or a girl that goes to Islamic girl. Give me them women. Do not expect Andre to be with a woman that is only physically attractive. That is my biggest pet peeve when it comes to a woman. I don't know what yours is. Some guys is a woman's mouth. Well, I never dealt with too many mouthy women, so I never dealt with that. Some dudes, women are because she got an attitude with everything. I ain't never really dealt with that too much. So, we all have had it off and on. For the most part, I've always dealt with cool women. But my number one pet peeve, do not be beautiful and stupid. You will not get 5 seconds of my time, and I mean in any country. You want the truth? Here we go. Let's ride it. That's one of the reasons why it's so hard for dudes like me to do pay for play. It is so hard for me to just give my hard-earned money to a beautiful, sexy, stupid chick. I would rather have a call girl and pay a little extra. True story. I would rather pay a call girl a little extra money that's working her way through college that I can hold some form of conversation with as we do the do. Just to know I'm having sex with a dumb chick. Just to know. Some of you dudes, you can land in DR and these women can put on them curvaceous dresses and leave you and go back and live in the hills in the jungle area of DR, and you ain't got no problem with it. Me, that's just me. It's just me. I'm gonna say this. This is just an Andre thing. I don't know. I would easily say most men aren't like me when it comes to some coochie, because most men would be like, man, I don't care if she's smart or dumb. She fine. I'm trying to smash that. She don't need to have a 4.0 for me to smash her. Yeah, I can understand that. I'm with you on that. I'm not saying every chick I've ever been with was educated, but as I've grown older, the more I've matured as a man, the less I tolerate from stupid chicks. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so comfortable with educated women or successful women, because I can't tolerate and stomach dumb women. I can't be with Keisha from the hood. That is not, I am not wired for that. Dude, put me in front of Keisha from the hood and she fine. And I don't care if she Brazilian. I don't care if she is from Thailand. I don't care if she's from Poland. Go ahead, put a Polish Karen in front of me. Bro, we'll be arguing in 5 minutes. I am not wired for insecure, mouthy, attitude, uneducated chicks. I am not wired for it. I know me. I know me. So any of the stories that you guys have ever heard me tell, have you ever noticed a pattern? No stupid chicks were involved. Maybe a stupid scenario, but as far as like a stupid chick, just a regular round of that is my pet peeve when it comes to women. I'm with the brother. I cannot do stupid chicks. I need me a good old-fashioned homebody that knows how to do arts and crafts, and she knows how to fish. She likes to golf. She plays tennis on the weekends. She's learning a new language. She's taking culinary classes, but she's a homebody. I need a chick that got political connections, just in case I ever need those connections. I need that chick that likes, we go sit around. If she's a homebody, we can watch some anime. We're watching The Chosen on Netflix. I need that. I need a chick that's nerdy with the glasses. And when she turn her eye, she pretty as can be. As soon as she turns sideways, you see her lens is about that thick. You could tell she cannot see. Those glasses are thick. She is beautiful, but she is blind as a bat. Give me those chicks. Give me a chick that's in a book club. She's in a book club. Give me that chick. Do not stupid women. I never was like that. Never. That's why I say, that's why pay for play was never a thing for me, because most pay for play women around the world are just regular, uneducated women. There are a few women that are educated in the pay for play world, yes, but not most. Some strippers are educated. Not most strippers around the world are educated. So for dudes like me, I'm looking at her like, why should I pay you? What can you bring to the table? I'm serious. I'm looking at the pay for play like, other than some coochie, which I done had a couple thousand times, what can you bring? What can you bring to the table? Some sex? What? That's it? At this age and stage, man, when I hit 50, I was funny style. I'm like, what can thou bringeth forth to thy master? Bend the knee, fair maiden. Bend the knee. She has nothing for me. Off with her. Cast her off. Yeah, man. Maybe it's just me, man. Maybe I ain't gonna lie. That's why I don't judge another man that does pay for play. I kid you not, I don't. But if you ever wonder why I don't have any bunch of pay for play stories, because for the most part, pay for play world is centered around stupid chicks. Not all, but most part. And I got a pet peeve against, if you just pretty and you stupid, that don't work for me. I can't stand dumb chicks. I can't stand a dumb chick, bro. I cannot stand them. He say, Dre, you don't want that stupid chick that is pretending to speak Spanish in Colombia, for real. Right. Pretending to be a Colombiana to bro, like that one chick in the video you showed earlier. Yes. That we looked at earlier this year. The one sister that was pretending like she was Colombiana. He said, Dre, that was an extra hard inclination. Yes, sir. Stupid. Dude, I can't. Bro, that is my peeve, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Give me a nerdy chick all day long, twice on Sunday. He said, I hate to bring bad news. He said, this young generation, that's the sad part. to be raised around this new generation, that Generation Z, and these women can't read. That's true, brother. He said, I mean, not all. So there are they're about to be married stupid people in masses. That is so true, bro. That's just statistically. He said, "How they? I don't know, bro." T-Mac says this. He said the woman pretending to be a Colombiana was dating stupid dude because they fell for her BS. That is so true, and I thought of it like that too. T-Mac. Shout out to my brother, the African Wolf, in the building. Glad to see you here. He say, why the midnight ballerinas catching strays? But not for me. No, not for me. It's just it does come across like that, doesn't it? I'm not coming at the paper play chicks. Like I said, I have nothing against dudes that paper play or the ladies in that arena. It is not my place to open up my mouth and judge anybody about what they do as adults. You will not hear me talk like that. But we're talking about just Andre in general, just regular everyday chicks, not even the paper play world. I can't do dumb chicks. Don't get me wrong. Just because a chick is book smart and she's educated, I know a lot of them that's dumb too. They do stupid stuff when it comes to relationship. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying education makes a woman smart, because I know some of the dumbest women when it comes to relationships. They got 3 or 4 degrees. Shout out to African Wolf in the building. The African Wolf. He said, oh my God, he said, I'm the same way. A beautiful dumb chick can be around me like, yeah, bruh. I can't do it. I wish I could. I wish I had that DNA like most men. Most men, as long as she pretty, dog, I'm good. Soon as she open up her mouth and she do that dumb girl giggle, you know how the women that giggle about everything, when ain't nothing funny, they still giggling? Or the women that get an attitude about everything and they talk real loud, them ghetto chicks that talk loud, I can't do it. I can't do it, man. You telling me you wouldn't smash that? Nah, bruh. Drake, you lying, dog. You wouldn't smash that right there. Nah, bro, I'm good. I'm the one, dude, I'm telling you. Right around, can I tell y'all the truth? Right around 45, I discovered I done had enough. I didn't had enough pussy where I could tell these bitches, fuck you. I'm serious. Right around 45, I discovered, Dre, you done had enough pussy from all walks of life. You've had 10s, you've had 6s. You've had enough females, and I'm being honest, in your life that for the most part, it's easy for you to tell a female to get the hell on because you don't feel like you're missing out on nothing. Oh man, I need to get a Japanese chick under my been there. Oh, I gotta get me one of some South, been there. Oh, I gotta get some of that German, been there. Oh, I gotta get one of them tall Polish chicks, been there, and the Swiss chicks. I done ran through San Francisco and Oakland, ran through Chicago, ran through Gary, Indiana, ran through Fort Wayne and Indianapolis, ran through Detroit, ran all through Toronto, because you know Detroit, Toronto is only 3-hour drive away from each other, straight shot. Shout out to I-40 or 401. Just drive straight up 401 from Detroit, you're in Toronto. Philly, ran through some of those. Pittsburgh, ran through some of those. Atlanta, Florida, Carolinas. I got to a point in my life where whoever I smashed was going to be a rerun of something that I already smashed. You see what I'm saying? I done had enough women in my life as far as intimacy. Anybody I would smash let's say I was single. Let's say I wasn't married to Andre and I was single. Anybody that I would smash to this day is nothing but a repeat of something that I already smashed. I was smashing Colombians in Florida. So I wasn't missing out on Colombians when I got to Colombia. I was smashing Venezuelans in Florida. So I was already smashing Puerto Ricans. I was smashing Cubans before I went to Cuba. You see what I'm saying? So if I was single, I'm at that stage of life at 45, I got to a point that anybody that I would sleep with, they ain't nothing but a freaking rerun of somebody that I already slept with anyway. Rich chicks, been there. Average chicks, been there. Broke chicks, won't touch them. I don't do no broke chicks now. Dumb chicks, no, I don't do them either. And some of you can understand exactly what I'm saying. You just ain't thirsty by no chicks like that. You notice them, your maleness, your manhood say, "Ooh, I would smash that." I go through that. The malehood or the manhood, your testosterone, your body, your mind telling you, I would smash her. But if you put a dumb chick in front of me and I had a choice and I was single, no, I'm not smashing a dumb chick. No, hell no. I done had enough in my life to where I could tell chicks no. You know how they say with the books, you want to get to a point where you make fuck you money to where you could tell your boss or anybody else, fuck you, because I already own my house, or my car is paid off, my house is paid off, I've got money in the bank, I'm making fuck you money now, to where anybody that disturbs my peace, I could tell them fuck you. I have had enough fuck you pussy. I've had enough pussy in my life to where I could easily tell a female fuck you if I was single. And this was in my 40s, like between 43 to 45 years old. I realized I no longer have a thirst like most dudes because I've already been there. But mixed chicks been there. Green eyes, been there. Blue eyes, been there. Hazel eyes, been there. The gold hazel eyes, been there. The dark brown hazel eyes, been there. Chocolate chicks, been there 100 times. The light-skinned chick, been there 100 times. Asian chicks, that was my first girlfriend. Been there, been there, been there, been there. I done had I'm at that point, I've had fuck you pussy to where I can easily tell a pretty chick, fuck you. A lot of dudes can't say that to no pretty woman. And a lot of dudes will look at dudes like me crazy. Man, shit, I'm going to D. I'm fucking all of these Dominican chicks. Dude, I've been fucking Dominican chicks. I'm not from St. Louis like y'all where it ain't no Dominican chicks. I'm not from West Virginia where there ain't no Dominican chicks. I'm not from Alaska where there ain't no Dominican chicks. I am not from Hawaii where it ain't no Dominican chicks. I'm not from North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, where there ain't no Dominican chicks. I'm from Florida. I'm from Chicago. So when I get to these countries, I notice a woman beauty. Would I smash? Yeah, as a man, I'm gonna always have the thought of smashing, but to not be able to tell a chick no, get the fuck out my face. Oh, I'm past that. I'm at that stage of life. I could tell. I don't care how pretty she is. I don't have no problem with telling a pretty bitch get the fuck out my face. Yeah, I'm at that stage of life, and that was at 45. I would say 43, really. I kid you not. And some of you guys can relate exactly what I'm talking about. Most men don't know what the hell I just said. Most men cannot relate to being at the point where you done had enough bitches from all walks of life to where you can say, if I get the pussy, cool. If I don't, cool. I'm good. If she come over tonight, cool. If she don't come over tonight, cool. I'm not thirsty like that no more, dude. I gave up that thirst years ago, bruh. Everybody started to become a repeat. They it was like I was you know the movie Groundhog's Day, where they repeat the same day with Bill Murray. They repeat the same day over and over. That's how I was with pussy. I done ran through a bunch of Asian chicks. I done ran through a bunch of Puerto Rican chicks. I done ran through a bunch of European chicks. I done ran through a bunch of good women. I done ran through a bunch of trash women. I done ran through this woman or that woman. To where you like, man, I done had fuck you pussy. To where I could easily look a pretty chick in her face if I was single and tell her, fuck you, I ain't coming over. Fuck you, here's your number. I ain't got to deal with you. Baby, listen, it's Dre. I had women by the dozen. If I ain't fucking you, I'm fucking your cousin. I done had more holes than a screen door. I'll lick you, stick you like a postage stamp. I lick you, I stick you and send you on your motherfucking way. This Dre. I'm Dre the Ripper. And I'm not saying it in a I'm not saying any of this in a braggadocious way. I'm saying that I am free to not be thirsty, to notice beauty, to desire a beauty of a woman, but not be thirsty for women. Dude, that shit ended years ago, bruh. And a lot of dudes can't, like I said, can't relate to what I just said. What I just said was some foreign shit. Yeah, man. I was Dre the Ripper, man. I was out there terrorizing coochies. Making them fall in love. They crying. I got to the point where I was like, He say, he's talking to T-Mac, because I hear you, brother. He say it helps you that you are fully relocated to Colombia. He said, I still live in Southern California. Oh, I'm being nosy. I am dipping into somebody's conversation, really. He said, I can relate. He said, I don't make it a lot. He said, I made a lot of adjustments. I don't make a lot of adjustments for women. He said, my life is, that's the other thing. That is when you are at the point that you've had fuck you pussy. I like how you put that, T-Mac. You know when you've had fuck you pussy, when pussy don't move you to make major adjustments like that. Man, I used to be that dude that if she tell me to come over, I don't care if it's a snowstorm. I'm sliding on that damn black ice on my way to that female house. Let me be single today. You will never see me sliding on no black ice to go get no pussy. That's not happening. I told y'all the one chick that drove to my crib through a hurricane. I ain't driving to your house for no pussy in no hurricane. That's not happening, ladies. I like how T-Mac put that. You are not moved to make adjustments like that. So when I came to Colombia, I didn't come in with that Colombia. I'm sorry, fellas. I wish I could tell y'all a story of I came to Colombia and I smashed 10 chicks in the first week. No. I didn't have that thirst like that. I had already had a couple of ladies set up, and I kind of deal with one of those, a couple of those, and I was cool in different parts of Colombia. I was cool. But you dudes, I came down to Colombia, man. I paid for 35 of them, dog. I was there in 10 days. I ran through 35. Cool, that's your story. Hey, I'm glad for you, brother. I kid you not. I can't relate. I did the 35 when I was in the swinger world. That's another thing that don't make me thirsty. Remember, I was in the swinger world for 3 years. So I'm swinging all across. You see what I'm saying? I just ain't thirsty like that. Like T-Mac, I like how he worded it. I don't make adjustments. I'm not going to call you 2 or 3 times. If you're coming over, you're coming over. If you're not, you're going to be replaced. I will kick you out my crib. I don't care how green your eyes are. I don't care how ocean blue they are. You got to go. I don't care how pretty your afro is. You got to go. I got to that point. True story. Me and Andre was talking about this last night. I got to that point when I was in Florida. I would not allow a woman to do an overnighter. I don't know if I ever told you guys that. If you guys ever notice, out of all the stories I talk about, I don't have any overnight stories. Like, man, me and the chick woke up the next morning. But you hear me tell a lot of stories of kicking chicks out. You ever notice that? I'm always telling a story about kicking a chick out. But you guys have never noticed over the years, I've never told an overnight story. I don't have any. If I'm serious about somebody, that's one thing. But the average woman, even though she's educated and all that, they had to leave. I was not allowing a woman to see the sun come up in my house ever. You know why? I wasn't thirsty like that anymore. I wasn't thirsty like that. Now, I would hit it one more time before they left. And most of them would be mad. I can't stay overnight. You telling me you don't want all this in the morning? No, I'm good. Grab your heels. I'm grabbing the doorknob. You got to go. True story. Nope. That was my number one sign that I really liked you. You could do an overnighter. You saw the sun come up in my house. If you did not, I don't care how fine you were not allowed to see the sun crack through that window, that window. Not in my house, you couldn't. I don't care how fine she was. I don't care how freaky the female was. I don't care how wild she was. I don't care how funny she was. I don't care how drunk she was. I didn't care how late it was. You better sober up. You got to get out of here. But I'm a doctor. You better doctor on the road. I'm a PhD. You better take that PhD on the road because you got to get home. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I got church in the morning. You got to go. Yeah. When you get to that point where you've had enough fuck you pussy and now everybody that you're with is nothing but a repeat version of somebody who you already smashed. It's almost, you know, that song like DMX, like what they really want. It's been 5 Keishas, 3 LaWandas, 7 Tanishas. You see what I'm saying? It's like the repeat to where you find yourself like Groundhog's Day, like repeating yourself to where you like, I done ran through these already. So now you're absolutely correct. You're at that point where you got standards now. And I kid you not, a lot of dudes will be like, man, that dude Dre lying. If I put this chick in front of him, he gonna smash. No. Will I desire her as a man, being a heterosexual male? Yes. Would I smash her if I was single? Not every chick, bruh. Not every chick can get the dick. Every chick can get your dick. Every chick at this stage of life can get mine, bruh. Starting at 45. I ain't wired like that no more. That thirst to just be, oh my God, I gotta have her. Ooh, she coming over. I got to have her too. No, bruh. He said Dre treated these women like gargoyles. Yes, sir. I knew they were gonna turn back to stone by the time the sun came up. That's true. Got to be home before the sun comes. Bruh. That's true. No lie. No, that one. Dude, I wouldn't go to sleep. True story. I would lay there. We just finished doing a do. Let's say it's 12:30. This female would pass out, right? I would be tired. I'm like this. I would purposely lay there on the other side of the bed. I'm talking about tired as I want to be. And what I should have had enough sense was to do just set an alarm. But I'm like this. I would let the true story. I would let them sleep for about an hour and a half. Like I said, I'm going to hit it again. So right around 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, I wake them up playing with that coochie, hit it again. They're awake now, right? Kick them out. That was my routine. That was literally my routine. I'm going to hit it. Like when we get, I probably hit it on the couch or hit it in the bed the first time. And then the second time, and I used to be, I don't know why I did it. I'd be sitting and just looking at the chick sleep. And I'd be looking at my watch, or I'd be watching some Sports Center or something. And I tell myself, okay, I'm going to go to sleep for like a half an hour. Like psyching myself out. Okay, goes. And as soon as that head drop and I bounce up, I look at my watch up and I just wake her up with some more sex. As soon as I get done, babe, you got to go. Why? I don't let anybody stay in my bed overnight unless we're in a serious relationship. You got to go. It is 4 o'clock in the morning. I am not going anywhere. Yeah, or I'll call the police. You dirty mother. I don't care. I didn't say you had to leave happy. You could leave angry. A lot of women left my house angry. I'm talking about some baddies was pissed off at me. I told you the one that left, she got arrested. She was a nurse too. She had just moved to Tampa from San Diego. And she was still drunk. As soon as she pulled out of my parking lot, the police just so happened to be sitting there. Rip, rip. And they made her do the breathalyzer, and they locked her ass up for the weekend. She called me Monday morning, mad. No, not Monday morning, like Tuesday. Because she had to wait for the judge to get a bond. And she called me Tuesday when she got home. Boy, she was mad. And I did not care. The rule is the rule. And my standards were, if I am not serious about, and I kid you not, dude, in Florida, 1, 2, maybe 3 stayed the night. That's because these were women I was really serious about. All the rest of them, you don't get your ass out of my house. Get out of my house, man. You crazy. He said, did they really get, they was hot. They was hot. You don't want to, yep. It's because I think about it. I'd already woke them up smashing them. So I would wake them up with a smash. But they think that once we get done, they go roll back over and go back to sleep again. That hour and a half I let you sleep. I let you sleep off the wine that you had while you were over here. I let you sleep off the sex that we had the first time. I'm going to wake you up with more sex, but I got to kick you out. He said, and they put themselves against, but yeah, that was my thing. He said, Dre, you got to realize you 6'4", in shape brother with charisma. Of course, you smash hundreds of women in the U.S. And I get it. And I do not take that for granted. I kid you not. He said, your course, you tried, he said, you'd course, or you course, or you curse, or you tried, or you're just tired of chicks. Yeah. He said the average guy is not. I can say that. I can agree with that. And that's why I kind of say, I know that most guys can't understand where I'm coming from. Hey, you crazy, man. I'll be out here just using. I wish I could pretend like shout out to Rafi in the building, but I'm not. He say, Dre, and let's put it like this before I read your comment, Rafi. Even if it was a famous female, she would have to get the hell out. She'd have to get the hell out too. Why? What can your fame do for me? Nothing. That's your fame. So even if it's a famous female, like, ooh, the female off a television show, I smash and I kick her out too. Because and I'm being honest, I'm being really honest. All she'll become, let's be honest, guys, is a barbershop story. Let's say I smash some famous female entertainer, right? She's on a television show, right? I smashed her. The most that she will become is a barbershop story that I tell, like, dude, I used to smash her. You ain't smash her, dog. I used to smash her 3 years ago when she was on so-and-so television show, blah, 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 blah. Most women that we smash usually just become a meme in our life. There are very few, come on, let's be honest, guys. There are very few women that enter your life that you were intimate with that you took serious. If you've had 20 women, maybe 5 or 6 were serious relationships. If you've had 100 women, maybe 5 or 6 were serious relationships. If you've been at 1,000 women, maybe 5 or 6 were serious, like a serious relationship. Most women become memes in our lives, a story, a tale to be told at the barbershop, a tale to be told at the pool hall, a tale to be told when we're at the bar having drinks and enjoying cigars, just to tell on a show, just a tale to be told. And maybe that's how they see us to a certain extent. I don't know. But I know as a man, most of the women that you smash become memes. A tale to be told. And that's in all countries. He said, no lie, Dre. He said, I've done the overnight stay once. He said, but it was at the chick's house. Now I've done that. He said, in my personal apartment in Orlando, no, I'm the same way. If I'll do an overnighter at your house, at the chick's house, but not at mine. You're correct. He said, I had school work to do. Yep. He said, I gotta love that shirt, Gargoyles. I remember that show too. I remember that show. My brother IMF says this. He said, she don't even get the chance to cook breakfast in the morning. No. They do not get to see the sun come up in my house. No. And I kid you not, no. That was probably, I could easily say, I stood on that more than anything that I've ever stood on with women. I've had my standards and boundaries, but I'm talking about just a consistent stance made and granted, right? In rock, carved in rock. That one right there. They were not allowed to see the sun come up in my house. Any story you guys have heard me talk about, they do not have any ending in the morning. I do not have any. Yeah, man, she woke up the next morning. You ever notice that? I don't have any. She woke up the next morning stories. In they crib, yeah. In mine, I ain't got none. I don't have none, bro. Not a one. Shout out to Jay. Jay says this. He said, I understand exactly where you're coming from. I don't have one. She woke up the next morning story. I got one story. One chick, she kicked herself out. She didn't kick herself out. She just left. She wanted a serious relationship with me, and I really liked her. She was one of 3 that I allowed to stay overnight. This is my girl. Really good person. We never took it that way. And that was on me, maybe because I was too busy wilding in the streets. I just got a divorce. I was not looking for something super serious, but I really liked her. She really liked me. But I was not trying to run into a relationship right after a divorce. I wanted my time. But she was one of the few that I had no problem with her staying overnight. So we hadn't seen each other in a year. And she came over to the crib. And you know how sometimes you think that spark will just automatically come up. And we both kind of felt like it's good to see you, but there is no sex appeal. It's just like it's good to see you. So we tried to have that sex appeal. And she was in bed, and I'm thinking, okay, she could stay overnight. Just, she one of the ones, one of three. And from out of nowhere, man, she said, Andre, I don't know why I came over here. And this was like 2:00 in the morning. She said, I don't know why I came over here. And she got there like 9. She said, I always wanted something more serious with you than you were willing to give me. She said, I think I better go. I was disappointed, but I understood. She was a good, very beautiful woman. She owned 2 beauty salons in Tampa. But I just got out of a divorce. I wasn't looking for nothing serious. So that was the only time a woman put herself out. She put herself out. She was like, I don't think I should be here. He said, I would have had the overnight bag packed in my trunk and my alarm set for each time I left the chicks home, I gotta go. Yeah, for real. Now going over their house, I had the overnight bag and all that. Yeah. He said, I have to search my apartment for hair when the chicks leave, because Colombian women, oh yeah, that's a good point, T-Man, because Colombian women have long hair and leave it everywhere, bruh. I know. We spend half the day sweeping up some of Andrea's hair. It's everywhere. He say somehow chicks know if it's their hair or not. They do know. This is not my hair. T-Mac says this. He said, Dre, did she start singing? Didn't think about tomorrow as we lay. It's morning. Now it's time for us to say goodbye. Goodbye, baby. You're leaving me. That was a good one, T-Mac. Oh, man. Yes, sir. Oh, wow. You reached into the crate with that one. You dug in the crate for that song. As we lay. Didn't think about tomorrow as we lay. That was a jam, boy. That was a Get Them Panties song, boy. That was a Get Them Panties song. As we lay. Woo, Shirley Murdoch. Slim said, he said, rain, sleet, snow. If you had Dre the Ripper, you got to, yeah. The best thing that women had going for them is that I was in Florida. That I was in Florida. That was the best thing they had going for them. Because I kid you not, bruh. I kid you not. I didn't care nothing about the weather. If it was raining, you had to go. He said, can we talk about Coach Greg Adams trying to clown a retired comedian homeboy in Pattaya? No, we don't talk about Coach Greg Adams on this channel. We're done with Greg Adams. My brother says these women want to know if you are getting other women, because all women want a man that other women want. That's true. That's a good point. Chalupe is in the building, says this. He said they be shedding they be shedding on purpose when they come over. They know that. They know that. Hit that like button. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for hitting that like button. And let's go back to the video. Let me shut up because the brother was making a good point. So I'm going to shut up for a while.
Black men and black women. Black women are under the impression that when they become accomplished and they make more money, that black men are intimidated by them.
Do you not agree that some
It's
are?
ridiculous. It is ridiculous. There's a huge difference between being intimidated and turned off.
Okay.
Because I have seen this firsthand from some of our sisters who carry this like a badge.
Mm-hmm.
No man, and I'm gonna get crass for a second. If you are not bending over your man, and if you can't beat him up, you can't intimidate him. It's not possible. Let's stop the garbage.
Okay.
No man is going to be intimidated by you unless you are bending him over or beating him up.
Okay.
Now watch this.
Okay.
We're going to have a real conversation now.
We are.
Because we got to start retraining our brain because we've all been poisoned.
I know this. Okay.
3:00 in the morning.
Uh-huh.
My wife, by the way, right now, Mrs. Whitfield out-earns Mr. Whitfield.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one man in that house. At 3:00 in the morning, when my wife wakes up and she says, babe,
I heard his sound.
babe, I heard something. If it were difficult for her to see me as the man of the house,
Mm-hmm.
she would get up, grab the gun, grab the Roddy, and go see if everything is okay. While I lay underneath the covers and wait for her to get back.
Mm-hmm.
There's one man in that house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what you, listen, be a boss outside that house. When you come in here, you are Mrs., not Mr. I am the leader of my house, not because I tell anybody what to do. I'm too smart for that. My wife is from the south side of Chicago. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. If we don't do life right in our house, somebody will die.
That's, yeah, it's true.
You understand?
Yes, you guys are both tough cookies.
I do not tell my wife what to do. I show my wife what to do. That's what makes me the leader of the house.
Okay. In what way?
I am the model that everyone in the house mirrors.
That is a fact. That is a fact. The more your woman loves you in another country, I don't know how it is in the States, so I keep my mouth shut about it. But I can tell you in another country, your woman watches everything you do. And they will imitate it the more they love you. The more your woman loves you, she will imitate you to a T. If you go into the gym, she gonna go to the gym even more. If you're eating healthy, she's gonna eat healthy, eat and create healthy recipes even more than she did before she met you. If you like to read, you're going to notice that your woman in the Philippines suddenly likes to read. If you like certain anime or Netflix shows, you're going to suddenly notice your woman likes certain. The more she's in love with you, bruh, Andrea watches me so closely as a example, and I like that's why I like what the brother said as far as leader doesn't mean I'm telling you to do this, telling you to do that. Leader means in his house as well as in my house, I noticed, whether I want to admit it or not. I want to say this again. Whether I want to accept it as my responsibility or not, Andrea watches me. She watches my prayer life, my Bible study life, how many times I go to church, how many times I didn't make it to church that month. Andrea watches how I eat, when I eat. She watches my sleeping habits. Andrea is like, I'm sleepy, but I want my husband in bed with me. So Andrea, I need for you to do the shows between these dudes. The more a woman loves you, and I mean really loves you, she will watch and imitate the positive things about you. Even in some cases, if you're a negative dude, your woman will become your Bonnie and Clyde. You robbing banks, she love you enough to rob banks with you. Always remember, man, if you're in a serious relationship in the United States or out of the States, you are a good example of manhood. One of the signs of your example of manhood being strong is how your woman watch you. It will imitate you, bruh. It's the craziest thing. I sit back and I watch Andrea, and so I have to watch me. I kid you, true story. I gotta watch what I do and how I carry myself, how I speak, because my wife, the more she loves me, the more she picks up on my leadership in this marriage, and I could lead her to a pearly gates, or I could lead her to the depths of hell. But she sees me as that leader. Remember, some of you guys weren't around. A few years ago, Andrea was doing a show on her channel. And Andrea said, my husband is my mentor. I dang near cried, because I'm listening from the other room. I'm like, wow, I'm your mentor? I ain't never had no woman say I'm her mentor. If my woman feels that way about me, I bet you some of you guys that are in some serious relationships, your woman sees you as her mentor, whether she says it or not, but she shows it a lot. Your woman probably show you a lot that you are her mentor. Your Asian girlfriend watch every little thing that you do, not to complain about it, but to almost mimic it. That's why I keep trying to tell some of you dudes, if you come into other countries, you got to be aware of not only who your woman is, but you got to be aware of who you are, because these foreign women watch you, bruh. They trying to learn from you. They're trying to glean off of you. I'm not talking about the women that want to use you, bruh. I'm talking about the ones that are really like in love with you. They will watch you and pick up on traits that you did not know that you were showcasing. There will be traits that you are showcasing and you'll be like, man, I did not know that she saw that. More is caught than taught. My brother says this. He said, when you're loved by your wife or kids, your actions precede you. You're absolutely correct. That's a good point, bro. That's a really good point. He said, I was watching Marcus Aurelius video. Shout out to Marcus Aurelius. I got his book, Meditations. I'm reading that right now. Around a chica, she went and found the book. Excuse me. I got the book The Psychology of Money. Not even a couple days later, Andrea got the book and she finished it off before I did. Andrea has read Atomic Habits, Psychology of Money, F.U. Money. Andrea reads everything from Zig Ziglar to Tony Robbins to Les Brown. Andrea, bruh, if I stop reading, I notice Andrea slow down reading. If I start eating sweets, a couple days later, here come Andrea with some sweets. If I stop, Andrea stops like with no issue, bruh. And this is why I'm saying this about you guys, those of us who are dating foreign women. I don't care what country you're in. When that woman is into you, one of the signs that your woman is into you, she is watching, bruh. She is watching and she is imitating. And I don't care how old your woman is. I don't care how old your woman is. A woman will look at her man, and I don't care if she's 41, and will gleam off of her man. He say, yep, and it does. It's just like that, subconsciously. You don't notice it, and she don't notice it. That's so true. Slim said this. He said, I have 2 copies of Psychology of Money. Excellent read. He said they also had a video summary of it on YouTube. And I watched his interview. You're absolutely correct. And I watched his interview that he did about the book. David says that he says it's true when your woman follows your every move and mimics you. It's called mirroring. Yep, true. He said I learned. He said I learned that in a movie Focus with Will Smith. That's a good point, and I've heard of mirroring before. My brother Excellence is in the building, or Excel in the building. He says this. He say that's a great book, Andre. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right now, I'm about to get done with Marcus Aurelius' book. I am reading Jordan Peterson's. I didn't get a chance to crack it. Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. That's what I'm reading now. Jordan Peterson's. So this is the next book that I'm going to be reading after I get done with the meditations of Marcus Aurelius. Let me move this out of the way. But yeah, guys, be aware of that. When you're dating women in other countries, they watch you more than you realize. And I'm not talking about watching you to rob you or nothing. I'm talking about they watch your actions. And if you're a good dude, they're going to pick up on those actions and imitate them. He said, yep, Christ mirrors God. Man mirrors Christ. The wife mirrors the husband. The children mirror the... He said, "It's just shout out to you, brother." He said, "It's just that more important to maintain masculine frame, pay the bills, be a leader of the house." Coming out of Brooklyn, New York, that's my hometown. Shout out to them BK boys. Shout out to you guys. My brother says most women are delusional, envy men. This is true. Envy men, want to control men, want to lead men, and are not fit to lead men, nor are fit to be women. Here's the part that I found before we go back to the video. I have found, can I be honest? Most of the dudes, let's be real, man. Most modern day dudes ain't no leader. We've traveled the world, man. Can we say, let's be real. Are most Colombian dudes leaders? Hell no. They just a dude that had a baby by this woman, or just so happened to get married to this woman. But ain't nothing about that Colombian dude says leadership. Let's go to Brazil. Are most Brazilian dudes for real leaders? And I'm not talking about rich or money. I'm talking about, can you really see that dude leading the household? No, he moved in with her. He's just a Brazilian dude that was broke in his mama house, started having sex with the Brazilian chick, and moved into the Brazilian chick house. Let's go to the Philippines. Are them dudes really leaders in the Philippines? Like, are the mass of Philippine dudes, are they really leaders like that? No. When we look in the hood in our communities, if you just walk through your neighborhood, are most brothers leaders? Like 80%, 60% of black men that you're gonna walk across are leaders. Hell no. He moved into a chick crib. These dudes ain't paying no bills. They too busy rolling up Black and Miles, zigzags. Most white dudes. You telling me most redneck white dudes leaders? Hell no. Well, how do we get all these millions of babies and millions of couples? Because most women don't F with leaders. It is, bruh. I don't know who told women this myth. It is hard to date a true leader. I'm not talking about a bossy husband or a bossy boyfriend. I'm talking about us dudes that have vision and see which direction we're taking life. And if you want to get on board, come on. But if you don't want to get on board, you can keep on pushing. That's leadership. Leadership doesn't even have to be said. You ain't got, dude, I don't be walking around my house saying I'm the leader and you need to do this or you need to. Did I not just say true leadership is when you see your woman, like my brother said, mirroring you? I kid y'all not, bruh. I kid y'all not. Most dudes ain't wired like that. Most dudes are just regular dudes. Can we be for real? Most dudes are not wired to be a husband. Just like most women ain't wired to be a wife. I don't care how much they talk about, I'm gonna make a good wife. No, you ain't. That's why the Bible says, it says, he that finds a wife has found favor with the Lord. God had to do you a favor to help you meet your woman in whatever country. It is that hard to meet a woman that gels with the type of leader that you are. It is not easy being with a leader. It ain't that many of us on this planet. I don't know why y'all think that every dude is hell no. I walk out the door right now. I can walk past 50 Colombian dudes, and I promise you, about good 48 of them are not leaders at all. Ain't nothing about them saying leader. Nothing about them saying lead themselves. Nothing about them that says lead a household. Nothing about them says lead a politics, leading a business. Most Colombian dudes that I walk past are just regular everyday dudes. There's nothing bad about them. I'm gonna say this again. There's nothing bad about them, but most men on the planet do not fall in the leader category, just like most wives, most women will never have the quality of a wife, no matter how much they talk. Ain't nothing about Melyssa Ford say wife. Nothing. Melyssa Ford has never showed one quality in public that says this should be somebody's wife. Am I lying? She's not a bad person, but she ain't got no wife. J-Lo. How J-Lo managed to get the husband she got, I don't know. Because J-Lo holds no qualities that says she wants to be a part of a family. There's nothing about J-Lo that says family. Is J-Lo a bad person for that? No. But most women do not carry themselves with wifely qualities. And it just is what it is. And I can name off 75 other women that do not carry themselves like wives at all, and we are not surprised that they are not married. Plenty of them in our families are not women that carry themselves. Even though we would love to see our auntie marry or our cousin or our sister marry, let's be honest. Your auntie, your cousin, in some of our cases, even our grandmama, there is nothing about our grandmama that says wife. Good grandmother, yes. Good parent, yes. Wife, your grandmama. Yours. So let's be real with it. Most men are not wired to be leaders. And most women don't date leaders because there's not that many of us. So who are they having all these babies by? Pookie, Ray Ray, Nook Nick, and average dudes. Average dudes are what most women are dating and they're frustrated with. They are frustrated with average dude. Melyssa Ford is frustrated with average dudes. I'm not talking about economically. She probably date rich guys or famous guys, or even some just regular everyday guys. But she ain't dating no leaders. Most women are not wired to date leaders. They are not. That's why Melyssa Ford is still single. She is not wired to date and marry and be comfortable with a leader. You know who's a perfect example of that before we go to the video? Steph Curry wife. Steph Curry wife was wired to be a mother, good kids. Wired to support him like when they were in college and high school, yeah. A wife? There is nothing about Steph Curry's wife that says wife does it. And the more he showcases himself as a leader, the more pissed off she gets about her own life. You notice that? The more Steph shows himself as a leader, she thought he was just going to be a high school sports coach teacher, didn't she? She did not expect that man to become what? A leader. And the more he showcases himself as a leader, the more she shows that she is not compatible with a leader. Jada Pinkett Smith. No matter how much she loved Tupac, she knew Pac would never marry her. She is not built for leaders. Will Smith is not a leader in his house. We all know that. That's why Jada and Will are still together off and on. Will competing with the ghost of Tupac. So Jada can live her best life because Will Smith, who's a leading man in Hollywood, a leading man over here and over there, and then going back to Philly, hey, it's Will Smith. Yes, in that aspect, he's a leader. But as soon as he goes back to his own mansion and close that door behind him, everybody know Will Smith ain't no damn leader. And Jada would not leave him for a leader. Jada is wise enough to know most men are not leaders. And she married a man that acts like most men. She is not wired to be with a leader. A lot of women are like that, bruh. They're not wired to be wives, and most men are not wired to be leaders. And I'll say that most globally. And it's not a put down. I'm being serious. It's not a put down. Most dudes are not wired to lead a damn family. Let's be real. Let's be honest. Most dudes are wired to be a boyfriend. I'm her man. But to take a family of people from square one to a mountaintop, most men ain't wired for that. Fuck out of here. Most women are not wired to take a family, let a man lead through the storms and the valleys to get to a mountain. Most women ain't wired. They are wired, call me when you get to the top of the mountain. Once you become famous Will Smith, hey, right? But they ain't wired to go up to the mountaintop with most women are not wired to go step by step, inch by inch up the mountaintops of life with you. That's why the Bible always talks about how rare a good woman is, because it is not that common. I think 6ix9ine and Eminem said they smashed Steph Curry's. Wow. Wow. And I know who 6ix9ine is as well. Wow. Excuse me. He said the only thing that can make Jada Pinkett Smith hyphenated, yeah, for real, that hyphenated happy. Right. That's a good way of putting it. Will married a grieving woman. Wow. I see y'all telling me something I didn't know. I didn't know that she cheated. Now y'all got me looking up stuff. Yeah, he said the fact that J-Lo is from the Bronx is enough of a reason why you shouldn't have married her. For those who knew. Yeah, guys. Let's go back and finish off this video.
Okay.
We talking about getting into shape. You talked about, what do you see on social media?
You in the gym.
Mr. Whitfield is in the gym.
Yes.
I am modeling for my wife what she can do. Whenever there is a what I call a spirited verbal joust going on between the two of us, I have to model for my wife this volume.
True.
Because if it goes to 10, somebody's going to get hurt. I'm not talking about physically. I'm talking about emotionally, spiritually, because anything past 6, 7, 8, it's going to get nasty. So the first thing that I have to do is become the model that I want mirrored.
Okay, but so
the money has nothing to do with the leadership.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because you and Sally are a perfect example. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
It hasn't always been that way where she out-earns you.
Absolutely not.
This is
absolutely
I know.
Not.
So this is relatively, in the grand scheme of 23 years,
yes,
fairly new. And Sally is.
So again, he's married to Sally Richardson, one of the most famous 90s fine chicks. They've been married 23 years.
Her in Hollywood right now.
No question.
Showrunner for the Gilded Age.
She is a boss.
She is a boss.
From top to bottom.
Yes, she is. She's her right now.
Yes.
But so this is fairly new in the grand scheme of a 23-year marriage and a 28-year relationship.
Yes.
So there has been time to adjust because it happened incrementally.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a woman who comes to the table initially and she is a 6 or 7 figure earner and she's trying to attract a mate, we're going back to the intimidation thing.
So what?
we're going back to the intimidation thing. It's not necessarily the money, not necessarily.
He just told her that men are not intimidated. Men are turned off. Yeah, you ain't know she was married with Sally Richardson? Yeah, they've been married for 23 years, man. Shout out to AMSM in the building. What she didn't hear a word he said. He said, first of all, men don't get intimidated, men get turned off. We get turned off by you. Then she said the reason why you understand, you personally understand how to be with a woman that makes more money, because you at one point in time were the one that was making more money. So it's switched now, but you okay with that. She's selling as if most men are not like you. They won't be understanding. They'd be intimidated. That's what she's trying to sell. And that's why he's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Even though she's hearing him, but she's not listening to him.
It's not necessarily the money. It's not necessarily the career.
Yep.
It's the access that is afforded to that woman that could be the source of intimidation for a man, because he does not have the same access that she does. She doesn't have the same doors opening. And in addition to that, there's a certain type of man that is in her sphere that earns the same as she does, if not more. So it's not necessarily that the intimidation that when women are talking about he's intimidated by me, that's too simplistic.
But I want you to remember this.
But hold on, that's too
Okay.
simplistic.
Yeah.
It's the intimidation of the situation that she finds herself in. It's the other men in her sphere that really is the intimidation factor. The men that he's imagining, because she might just be surrounded by a bunch of white men that she finds repulsive.
Yeah, but see, this is why my book is so important. Why the notion is so important. Because what it sounds like is that our sisters are choosing males and don't know it.
There's a lot of males out there, honey.
There's
so many males out there.
But there are so many females out there too.
Agreed. I don't date females though.
Our brothers are struggling.
She's complaining that there are so many males out there, meaning that they're not men. He's letting her know, yeah, there might be a lot of males out there, but as you see on the screen, there are a lot of females out there. In other words, most women don't carry themselves as wives. Look at this. Even with their degrees.
Struggling.
Yeah.
Our women are doing better, but they're not doing well. Our sisters are still choosing males and don't know it. And then what they're then doing is they're disparaging the men that actually exist because they keep choosing males.
Well, here's a sitch when it comes to like choosing males. That's basically the whole choose better argument. And I will say, from my standpoint of being a woman, I'll speak for, a lot of other women here, you would have to have like superhuman powers.
Now, would you consider a person like this young lady on the screen, would you consider her female, or would you consider her a lady walking in her femininity? This young lady on the screen, she carries herself as a female. She doesn't walk in any type of strong womanhood, and she dang sure don't act like a lady. Neither did those young ladies we saw acting a fool at the graduation. Acting a fool at the graduation. Right, she's giving off that sexy red energy.
Of discernment to weed through because here's the thing.
So I'll give you an example.
Okay.
This is where
Let me tell you.
We get ready to lock in.
We
are getting ready to lock in.
So let me tell you the level of deception that that males can actually have.
Yes.
Men can have whole other families on the other side of town.
Absolutely.
And women find out when the man dies.
But you know why? See, so now you're hearing what you're hearing right now?
What am I hearing?
You're hearing the importance of partnering with a man.
Yeah.
You need a man.
You got two sisters in Atlanta who ate the food, drank the drinks, and then decided to complain about the food and the drinks so they don't have to pay for the food and the drinks. But these are the women that said, I want a man.
I do.
I'm not talking about in terms of part, like that part to me is,
yeah.
I mean, you're heterosexual.
I am hetero, yes, very straight. Yes.
So now, I'm not going to say that you need a man, because that's not for me to say.
Yeah.
What you do need is a man.
I do need a man.
You have one. Your big brother is here. We are getting ready to lock in.
Let me tell you
now,
something.
here's what's going to happen.
Wait. You heard it here first, folks. I'm putting him to work. He gonna find me a man.
Big bro is here.
Okay.
This. So you thought this was an interview for your podcast?
Well, no. Actually, no. I knew this was going to happen, and I was very excited about it.
1,000%. I knew it way before, but I just couldn't say it.
Right.
Now that we're here and we got to this part of the conversation, this is what this is.
Yay.
This is what the day was about. Because you need a big brother.
I do. Jeff is and you know what? I can't wait to tell you, sir. Jeff is my big brother.
That's my bro, Jeff Friday.
Yes, Jeff
That's
Friday.
That's my bro.
Yes.
But even he will tell you this is another level now. Because here's what's going to happen.
Okay.
You can't detect that stuff. The stuff that we talked about. The dudes who got the whole other lives and all of that. Guess who can?
You.
Your big brother.
Okay.
Because when the last thing that a male wants to be around is a man.
That is true.
The last thing that a male wants to be around is a man.
He ain't never lied. Male, you could tell the difference between a male and a man. Males always tell man, fuck you. Anybody trying to hear that shit? Man, who this nigga think he is? Oh, he one of them. Males can't stand men. Ninjas can't stand black people. Males cannot stomach being around you grown, responsible men. That I know from experience, and I've seen it. That's one of the reasons why me, T-Mac, Will, and a few other guys that are here in Colombia, our pools, some of the military guys, our pool is small. Why? We see hundreds and thousands of males get off the planes every year. It ain't that many men getting off the planes coming to Colombia, coming to Brazil. It ain't that many men getting off the plane going to DR. It's a lot of males going to DR. Yes, it ain't that many men. And we don't want to talk about that. It's the males that got drugged. It's rare I've seen a man get drugged in Colombia or DR or Europe. And now Thailand. But you males, y'all stay in the morgue. Y'all stay in the morgue overseas. Every time you turn around is a male in the morgue who wasn't man enough to tell the female, no, you can't bring your friends over to my Airbnb. I don't care how fine your friends are. No, y'all can't come over here. It's just me by myself. I don't know what your friends could be doing in one room while you distracted me in another room. No, baby. Men don't get drugged in Colombia. It's rare that happens. Males, y'all get drugged all the time. Y'all get robbed all the time, schemed all the time, hustled all the time. And that's why, if you ever notice, if you go to Thailand, there's a small pool of men that hang out with each other. But they do not F with every male that gets off that plane in Thailand. There are a lot of dudes. There's a pool of brothers and white guys and Latin guys that hang out with each other in the Philippines. But they do not hang out with every dude that get off the plane on that island. They don't care if you smile in their face and, hey, I've seen your YouTube video. Men don't even let you be in the presence of the ladies that they're dating if you are a male and you're dating trash women. I'll say that again. Men may be going to the Philippines, meet a quality woman. Here you go with some party chick who's pretty, but she ain't got nothing going on. There are males like me that will men like me that will tell you males, take your little girlfriend and you go that way. No, I do not want to do brunch with me and my woman and you and that. No, that's all right. Do not think everybody getting off the plane is a man. They are turning around at the airports, for the most part, males. If you got 32 boxes of condoms and you get caught in Medellin airport, you're moving like a male. Men know that there are condom shops around the world, so I ain't got to bring condoms. And ain't all y'all Magnum dudes. I'm gonna say this again. That myth about all black men need Magnums, let's be real. Not every brother need Magnum. Okay, here we go. Were we not using condoms in the 90s and in the 80s, in the early 2000s? Long before we even knew about Magnums. So stop acting like all of a sudden your dick just grew 4 more inches in the 2010s to where every black man need a Magnums now. You just had a growth spurt. You 35 and your dick just grew 4 more inches and you need, it used to be, it used to be 6 inches, 6.5. Now it's 10.5 inches. I need get the fuck out of here. What's my point? My point is this, bruh. At the end of the day, you're gonna notice that us men, we kind of keep to our own collective. And if you're a man, welcome to the. But if you are a male, you can get your ass off that plane, come to these countries and party, and get your ass right back on that plane. And we won't say 2 words to you. Y'all call us stuck up. Y'all call us funny style. Oh, funny style ass niggas. Okay, cool, perfect, baby. Y'all can say what y'all want about us, but I'm gonna tell you now. Males don't F with men. And men don't F with males because males never want to listen. Males get off the plane and think they know everything. And that's why y'all get drugged. Because men can't tell y'all nothing. And it's not about being better than, we're better than, we're different than. I'll say that again. It's not that men are better than males. We are different than males. So enjoy your trips with your passports, males. But if you ever wonder why we don't mess with you, Jay Rillos and a bunch of the other dudes that are problematic, and now you got the Floyds that are in jail now, because you move like a male, not a man. Dudes be coming down here with like 13 dildos and wonder why and butt plugs and wonder why the police locked you up. You moving like a male, bruh. Did you not think they was gonna? This is the funny part. The white dudes would come down here with 14 dildo. Who are you trying to smash? They just turned, not even 2 weeks ago, they turned away a group of brothers. I think it was 5, 8. I forget the number in Medellin, T-Mac, Jay. These dudes had professional corn star equipment. These dudes came down here literally to make corn and OnlyFans videos. How stupid can you get? This is the irony of it. All the equipment they brought, you can get it here in Colombia. And they got turned back. Right. Do not tell me you moving like you a man. I'm done with that one. Let me shut up. Let me shut my mouth.
Because he knows that man sees around is a man.
That is true.
The last thing that a male wants to be around is a man. Because he knows that man sees him. You understand?
I do understand.
So when you sitting there and I got somebody I need for you to meet. My big brother. Because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you exactly how this is going to happen. Let's say we're talking about Rob. Sorry for all the Robs out there. Don't take it personally. Let's say you call me and you say, big bro, I need you to meet Rob. And I go, word. I say word because I'm from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I get together with Rob and I go, sis, see you in a few. And you go away. Because now I got to talk to Rob. My conversation with Rob goes like this. Rob, this is not my DNA sister, but this is my sister. This is what I want you to understand. I got 2 rules. Don't ever abandon or abuse my sister. If either one of those things happen, you and I are going to have another kind of conversation. And I'm going to see you. Because this is my sister. And I'm her big brother. I'm not giving this to you as a threat. I'm not a gangster. I'm not a thug. But I ain't no punk. I'm going to come see you. We good? That's the conversation I have with Rob.
So what happens for all the other women out there that don't have a big brother, a father figure? What do they do?
The vast majority of women that we are talking about right now have one man in their...
You know what? I was just thinking about you, Sean. Shout out to my brother Sean D. Up Shaw. As he was talking, I was thinking about you. Make sure you guys subscribe to Sean's channel. Drop the link to your channel, Sean. This could get ugly. Check it out. How Sean and I met. It's my brother, my family now. Detroit. I'm in Tampa. And my baby sis, Kendra, she calls me. She said, I met somebody. I said, okay. I want you to meet him. All right, big bruh. Big, you know what? You want big brother to meet him? Because I can call out BS when I see it, without a doubt. I know how to tell my female friends, just smash him, don't take it serious. Or, hey, that's a good dude, see where it goes. So I meet Sean. We hit it off like the Wonder Twins on the Super Friends. Activate, right? She tells me, he from Detroit just like you. He tall, just like you. Got a cool personality just like you. I'm like, ain't nobody like Dre, right? And lo and behold, everything that she said checked off. But it didn't matter if it checked off in her mind. She wanted a male who cared about her to also make sure she's seeing what she's seeing. This is a good dude. Am I seeing him correctly? And of course, time went on. They got married. Beautiful daughter. But a part of their solidification was she wanted to know I'm not crazy. This is a good man. Because sometimes women don't know. They've been with bad dudes so many times that they thought it was a good dude that they throw it away. Or they ain't never been with a good dude and don't know how to act. And then they mess it up. So she wanted me with Sean, not only to make sure I'm seeing what I'm seeing. This is a good dude, right, Dre? But she also wanted advice from me to make sure she don't F it up. Because she really liked him. And that's what the brother is saying. When I met my wife, dude, I met all the males, all the uncles, her brother was the first one to call me. Camilo was like 15, 16, trying to talk to me like he was a grown man. Hey, man, my sister's a good woman. I hope you ain't like the rest of those Americans. And, you know, this is a teenager, and I'm listening to him like, yeah, talk to me, little man. Talk to me. Then I met her dad and her uncles on both sides. And they literally circled the wagon around Andrea. Literally. There was no, oh wow, he's American. Oh, so we're gonna automatically believe whatever he says. They circled the wagon. And if I came, and a true story, if I came with this much bullshit that a lot of you dudes come to other countries with, my wife wouldn't be my wife. Because all the men that circled around her and protected her would have told her he's just like them dudes in Medellin. He's just like another Cartagena dude. He's just like them dudes we've been hearing about in DR. Do not be with him. If those men would have sensed an inkling that I was on that BS and I was just another dude coming down here living a pay-for-play life and just trying to smash South American women from country to country, she might not have picked it up. But if those men would have picked it up, we wouldn't be together. And I know that. I'm not stupid. Women do need men because they don't know how to choose by themselves. Because they'll be so excited, they're in their emotions. Hey, he's a good dude. I'm excited. He's handsome. I want to sleep with him. But the men around them could cause them to say, slow your roll. I know you like him. Let me see what type of dude this is. Let me see what type of cat this is. Am I lying, Sean? Did it not happen like that? And it's kind of funny. Fast forward. Me and Sean like this more than me and Kay. I talk to Sean all the time. I don't like Sean. It's like Kendra says, I introduce you to my future husband. And now you don't even talk to me anymore like you used to talk to me. You and Sean talk all of, and she ain't like she lying, Sean. Ain't like she lying. I had to purposely tell myself, Dre, call Kay. Call Kendra up, Dre. Check on Kay. Because I subconsciously talk to Sean all the time. Yep. So my man is giving a good example. I kid you not, man. Women by themselves are not good when it comes to choosing us men because they don't know the difference between a male and a man. Because a lot of women were not raised with men in the house. Maybe a male, but very few men.
Their life. One.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the poison that's being put in the water. I don't need no man. I don't need no man is killing our women. Because, listen to me,
Okay,
I'm telling you right now as a big brother. And I'm telling y'all right now, we can sit here, we can play games if y'all want, but we're going to have a real conversation right now. I don't need no man that's killing all of our women. Because let me tell you something. You need a man. Whether you are romantically linked with him or not, you need a man. Every man that you know needs a woman. If I weren't with my wife, I would need my sister. Because my sister has certain things in her that she's a perfect example. My wife and I are together. Mm-hmm. She is designed in her vision to see certain things that I cannot see, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. The reason why we are a potent partnership is because I have the ability, the unique ability to be able to see north, and I see north really well. Mm-hmm. She sees south really well. Mm-hmm. We both see what? East and west. Mm-hmm. So it's not that we're walking this way together. We don't see something. We have each other's backs. I see north. She sees south. I see north. I see east and west. What's my blind spot? South.
South. Yeah.
What's her vision?
South.
South. Mm-hmm. If we're facing the same way, which is where everybody wants, we see everything the same way. Mm-hmm. Both of y'all are going to get killed by that train coming from the south because y'all are both, you got me. Mm-hmm. I need my woman because my woman has the ability to be able to see what I can't. Mm-hmm. She needs her man because I have the ability to see what she cannot. But if she keeps subscribing to the notion that she don't need no man, she's going to get killed by the train coming from the north because her man is designed to be able to see her blind spot.
In a perfect world, yes. In a perfect world, yes. That is not always the case.
The world don't need to be perfect. It does need to have polarity.
Agreed.
You understand?
Agreed.
We don't need to be perfect.
Agreed.
We got to stop trying to re-engineer this thing. There's certain things that nature has taken care of for us. We have to, and I'm gonna introduce a word that's gonna set everyone on fire, and I cannot wait.
Go ahead.
We all have to submit to what nature has taken care of for us. Now, notice, the submit is coming from which side? Both sides. You got me. Who's the prize? The man or the woman?
I hate that question.
You're gonna love this question.
Who's the prize?
Who is the prize? No one. What is the prize?
Happiness.
The partnership. You got me. You got me. The prize is the partnership. The prize isn't the person. The prize is the partnership. Even this is a partnership. You are my sister. I am your brother. I'm going to take care of you. You better take care of me. This is a partnership. That's the prize.
That is the prize.
You understand?
So let me ask.
So if we stop making each other the enemy because we're trying to figure out who the person is, that's the prize, without recognizing that it's not the person, it's the partnership.
So, okay. So these phrases that we're using, who is the prize? I'm the prize. And men say, whatever the case is.
That's all ego.
So, but wait. There's all these terms floating around the internet.
Yep.
Who's the prize? What do you bring to the table? 50-50, high value this, high earning that. Do you think that, and there were leaders of that movement that used that rhetoric. Do you feel like that is part of what created the cauldron of bullshit that both sides are contending with right now? I feel like it happened within the last couple of years, and there were heads of that movement where that rhetoric, even though they're not here anymore.
Who's not here anymore? That was a leader who she's complaining about. Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is not here anymore. And she said that the division between men and women started with Kevin Samuels and others like him. The Red Pill movement, the Manosphere movement. In other words, once men had a voice through social media, because they dang sure wouldn't let us talk through mainstream media, all of a sudden it's a problem. Kevin Samuels is a problem. Obsidian, O'Shea Duke Jackson, Angry, it's their problems. All the new brothers that have come along, our brother Darwin, our brother Stacy Prince, our brother Ask a Brother podcast, all the new guys that have come along, including us. There's a problem. As long as for 40 years they could listen to Sally Jesse Raphael, Ricky Lake, Phil Donahue, Montel Williams, Steve Harvey. You see what I'm going with this? Long as they can listen to the rhetoric of men being destroyed, false statements about men, it was cool. But social media gave men a mic and a platform to counteract those points, now there's a problem. And if it wasn't for those men, Tyra Banks, those men, such as St. Kevin, the world would be at peace if men would just shut up like we used to for 40 years. Absolutely correct. They've had decades, Zeta. Decades. We've only been talking for a few years. And now they want to say they don't need a man. Notice this. You didn't hear them say we don't need a man with Oprah. You didn't hear them say they don't need a man with Montel Williams, Sally Jesse Raphael. You didn't hear none of that. 40 years, as long as they had the microphone, putting out movies like Color Purple, Waiting to Exhale. Stella got her groove back. As long as they were putting out movies like that, they never had to say, we don't need no man. Right? The moment men got a microphone, women picked up the ball. Now they want to leave. You can't play with my ball anymore. We can't play dodgeball with my ball. The women have picked up the ball and now they want to walk away and leave. We don't need a man. But as long as for 40 years they had the microphone, the one thing they never said was, we don't need a man. Same technology, same careers, same opportunities. We don't need a man. Yes, sir. He said, YouTube, Manosphere, finally gave the average man, especially the average black man, a voice. And a lot of women are not happy that this is the case. Absolutely correct. They had Tyler Perry movies. Got rich off of selling them that. Yes, he did. Shout out to Alexander in the building. He said, that is wild. She went there. She want a Pookie to hold her at night, but want a man to take her in after she has been used and abused. So true. Is
still being used and regurgitated, and therein lies the huge problem. It's knocked everybody off their access.
Speaks to our brokenness.
Yeah, agreed.
Speaks to our brokenness. See, watch this. We talked about, everybody, so we open up this conversation and we start talking about the Knicks. Mm-hmm. And we start talking about teamwork. And everybody's like, the hell are they talking about? I heard y'all. Why are they sitting here talking about the Knicks? Why are they sitting here talking about this team?
Because it was greater than the Knicks.
Because it's teamwork.
Yes.
It's partnership. Mm-hmm. See, watch this. When Jalen Brunson scored 45 points in Game 5 and the Knicks win the championship, did Jalen Brunson win the championship or did the Knicks win the championship?
The Knicks won.
Jalen Brunson was the highest earner. He made
He's about to make a hell of a point that's about to blow her mind.
45 points. Mm-hmm. He scored 45 points. Was Josh Hart less valuable?
Absolutely not.
Was Kat less valuable?
Nope.
Was OG Anunoby less valuable?
Not even close.
Okay. So why is it that we can see the value in the partnership when we're talking about basketball, mm-hmm. when we're talking about the New York Knicks who just won a championship, but we can't see the value in each other because you make more money than I do.
And that probably even went over her head. So in sports, we can understand how different players make more money, and we accept that. And when a team wins the Super Bowl, we accept the whole team won the Super Bowl. Whether it's the dudes on the bench that make less money, whether it be the quarterback or the linebacker that's making more money, whether it be the punter or the backup quarterback, everybody gets a ring, right? Everybody gonna get a ring. How is it that women can understand that in sports, but they can't understand that if you make money, more money than I do, and we come up as a family, we all getting rings. It don't matter if you make more, if I make more, we all still get rings if this whole family move up. We buy a better house, that's for the whole family. We get a new car, that's for the whole family. We travel and enjoy different experiences, that's for the whole family. Only women are talking about how much they make, how much they get. Men are falling behind. We got the most education. Okay, let me ask you this. Would Tom Brady had won 7 Super Bowls if he'd have been talking like that to his front linemen? I'm Tom Brady. I make $12 million a year. Y'all better respect me as your quarterback front line. And respect the fact I make $12 million a year. How about this? I'm Tom Brady. All you receivers, you wouldn't even make it to the Hall of Fame if I don't throw you the ball. I'll run this. I make the most money. My position makes me the one. I'm him. What if Tom was like that? You think Tom would have won 7 Super Bowls without his offensive line if he was talking crazy to his offensive line? You think Tom Brady would have won 7 Super Bowls if he was talking reckless to his receivers? He talking reckless to Randy Moss. You think they would have made it to that Super Bowl, even though they lost it? You think they would have made it to that one? Hell no. Only women don't see the fact that just because you make more money, don't make the offensive line any less valuable. Your husband or your boyfriend or your man is your offensive line. He's your guard. He's the tackle. He blocks a lot of stuff from you so you can be the 6-time winning Super Bowl, 7-time winning Super Bowl quarterback. But these women don't value their offensive line. They think because they make more money that they don't need an offensive line. Dave says this. He said, what does the Bible say about throwing your jewels or your pearls to swine? This brother is doing that by speaking to Miss Ford's sisters will never be able to compute quality information and rebels without cause. I agree with that. I agree with that. And I can say this. I can easily say this. The Bible also says this. One sows in the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 1. One sows the seed. Years later, somebody else comes along and bring the water. And then years later, God gives the increase. It's sad that some of these women are going to be in their 60s by the time they understand what this brother just said. Some women are going to be in their 50s. Some women are going to be in their 40s. By the time they get the increase of understanding that just because you make more doesn't give you more value on the team of life. Yet they are blind to the fact that those protections are even there in the first place. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. The sower soweth the seed, Mark chapter 4 and Matthew chapter 13. But God gives the increase, 2 Corinthians chapter 1. But listen, that's some women gonna be old like that when they catch on. That's the sad part. That's the part that's gonna throw a lot of women off. They gonna learn when it's too late. Some women are gonna learn after 2 dogs have died. Okay, here we go. Ladies, we love y'all. But if y'all don't pick up on what some of these brothers are putting down right now, a lot of you ladies are gonna die alone. You're gonna have gone through 3 dogs by the time you realize I should have thought better. You're gonna have that poodle gonna die in 4 years. You're gonna get another dog. Saint Bernard, you got a big dog. He'll have died. Well, you need a protector. Great Dane. He's a big baby. He's going to protect you. Or a pit bull. He'll live good 7 to 10 years. All those dogs would have died, and you still wouldn't have caught on to the fact that you need a man. You need to fall back and realize both individuals are valuable to a relationship. Ladies, would you want to die in a lie? No, none of us will. Nobody wants to die in the middle of a lie. Well, ladies, you keep listening to the social media lies and trickery that they're trying to put you ladies through to con you into remaining single. You're going to die lying to yourself about, I chose to be single. No, don't nobody want you, baby. You are 57 years old, and the average 57-year-old woman nobody wants. So stop telling that lie in your 50s you chose to be single. Whether you did or not, nobody cares. Nobody cares about a 57-year-old woman saying, I chose to be single. Nobody cares about a 45-year-old woman that says, I chose to be single. Ladies, hear me out. Nobody cares about a 43 or a 39-year-old woman that says, I chose to be single. Who cares? You're still single. The funny part is, ladies, you always talk about, I chose to be single, but I rarely hear you say, I choose to be sexless. In other words, a lot of you women ain't got a man, true. But y'all got dudes like me and my other compadres, y'all calling on the phone, hey, big head, come through. It's wintertime. It's cuddle season. And I could come through and smash you. I ain't got to be your man. I ain't got to take you out to dinner. Let's be honest. You don't need my money because you balling like that, right? But you're lonely. And you would rather die in a lie. I chose to be single. But I learned, yes, many of you ladies that are saying you chose to be single, I rarely see y'all choose to be sexless. I'll never hear y'all say I chose to be sexless. I'm not talking about in the church with celibacy. I'm talking about regular, everyday women that keep going on social media, talk about, I chose to be single. How come y'all ain't choose to be sexless? In other words, you ain't getting no man, don't no man want you, no man's bothering with you, but we will come over and like plumbers and unclog your drains. We'll take off your drawers and unclog your drains. Yes, we will. Anytime you want us to. And you can still go to your girlfriends afterwards, wipe, like the Bible says, wipe your mouth. Because that's what the Bible says in Proverbs. The deceitful woman does her craftiness in the bedroom and wipes her mouth as if she never did anything, in the book of Proverbs. So a lot of you ladies are, yes, you can go out after you've got smashed by dudes like me, how I used to be, and other dudes that smashed you, old boyfriend smashed you, co-workers smashed you, your boss smashed you. But you're correct. You are not in a relationship. You are choosing to remain single according to you. Cool, no problem. But ladies, check it out. Rarely do I hear y'all say, we choose to be sexless. Y'all still throwing that coochie out there. That's why y'all still having babies. That's why statistically almost 60% of all women in the United States have more than one baby daddy. So yes, you're choosing to be single, but you are not choosing to be sexless. I noticed that part. Let us hear you ladies say you choose to be sexless. And like us again, I'm not talking about the sisters that are and the ladies that are dedicated to spiritual celibacy in their spiritual walk. I'm not talking about those ladies. That's a whole different category. I'm talking about you regular everyday heifers that be talking about some, I don't need no man. I don't want no man. I got my money. I got my dogs. Them dogs are dying, baby. Them dogs are dying. You have gone through 3 damn dogs. The one thing you ain't stopped doing, you know what you ain't stopped doing? Having sex. You ain't about to have another man. I'm going to tell you that now. Don't nobody want you at 57. I'm going to tell you, they want us at 57. They want us at 55. As long as we take care of ourselves, we're good in our 50s. You, if I got a choice between you at 27 and you at 57, why would a man be crazy enough to choose you, the same version of you at 57, when I can get one at 27 that can give me a couple of kids that will not be driving me crazy with all the baggage that she's acquired over the years? It will not, and here's the other part, will not walking around the planet talk about something she don't need no man. You will not see too many 27-year-olds talking about something, I'm single by choice. You are not going to see too many 27s walking around lying saying they're not having sex with anyone. But you older chicks, you will pretend like you don't call us. You will tell your girlfriends, girl, I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Soon as you get off the phone with your girlfriends at night and you feel the other cold side of that bed with them cold pillows and that blanket is cold and that Egyptian cotton, that sheet is cold in a month. Whoa, it's cold, ain't it? Because you got the air conditioning going, girl, because you're going through your hot flashes. It's cold, ain't it? Ooh, wee. And it's lonely. And here you go calling us. Not for a relationship. You're correct. You don't call us. You choose to be single. You're correct. You call us because you want the sex. You choose to be single and you also choose to be sexed. And that's why when the sun comes up and you talk to your girlfriend, you pretend like I'm not laying, as if I'm not laying on the other side of the bed. Because the last thing your girlfriend should see in your house, according to you, is a man. Is a man. In other words, too many of you ladies are going to die trying to hold up a lie that y'all don't need no man. And I chose to be single. When you know we all need each other and you are not being chosen anymore. You ain't been chosen since you was 37 years old. Stop it. Let's continue on. Shout out to International Quiet Storm in the building. Let's continue on. We'll do about 5 more minutes of the video.
Because I get my ass up and I go find out if there's an intruder outside or not. Now that don't make no sense. Now that don't make no sense. Now I'm intimidated.
Okay.
Because you make more money than I do.
Okay. So can I give you a scenario?
That's crazy.
Let me give you a scenario.
That's crazy.
So let me give you a scenario.
Go ahead.
That I have found myself in, and I know that there's going to be women out there that have found themselves in this same situation.
Are you going to love this story? You talking about a woman that loved toxicity? This is why she's not married. Check it out.
And then after we talk about this story, I need to know, like, was there a moment in which a pivotal moment in which you became this intentional about, the messaging that you are, that you give out to the masses?
Yep.
Was there was a different version of Dondre at one point?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on to that. So let me tell my little story, all right? There was a point in time in which I was dating somebody, and when I say I love this man's stink, I could live in his armpit. I loved him. He had this one crooked tooth. It used to make me drool. His imperfections were so sexy to me.
That's when you know you're locked in.
I loved this man.
Love it.
I used to curse God for for the love I had for this man because he made me crazy. He was not good. He was not good.
Right.
And so
Pause. She said she loved this man, and yet he was not good. She's probably met plenty of quality men, but she would rather love a man that is not good. Absolutely correct. Why didn't he marry you, Melyssa? The chip tooth bandit, why didn't he marry you? She loved him. She lusted after that man who wasn't good. You see how that works? You see a lot of these women complain about us as a unit, but if you listen to their stories, just let them talk. Just let them talk. They're going to reveal why they're still single. Okay, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all really think that that dude is the only toxic man that this woman has had in 50 years? This woman is not going to get married because she loves toxic dudes. Isaiah says this. He said, what a time to be alive, Dre. A lot of women are just stubborn and playing dumb. This is so true. Until it's over. Don't feel bad for him. He said, it was all good a week ago. Facts. Absolutely not. He wasn't the only toxic dude. I don't know about all that. I don't know. Sometimes she comes across like that, but I just think she comes across as a woman that doesn't know what she's doing when it comes to relationships.
This point in our careers where we met, and maybe when we met, my career was doing this.
Uh-huh.
His career was doing this. Boy, did he make me pay for that. My career made me very visible. Very visible. And not only was I visible, I was also the object of many men's desires. And a lot of those men were his friends. A lot of those men were—
I know that journey.
Were the men that he worked with. And they openly discussed me, knowing he was my man. And guess who got it? Guess who got all the anger and the frustration? He didn't check them and say, yo, dog, that's my woman you're talking about. Shut the f*** up. He didn't do that. He came home and argued with me and accused me of all kinds of I didn't even have the time to do. I'm working. And to try to like ease the situation, I tried to bring him everywhere I was so that he could see how professional I was all the time and that I don't have eyes for anybody but you. And when he would see the way that these men would react to me, it only made him angrier. So forget the money that I was making. You know, we were probably level in terms of the money because I was going up and he was going down. So
No, she said she was with somebody. The relationship was, I guess he was an actor too. But so many dudes that ran through her, bruh.
Where we met in the middle of that. But in terms of like popularity, relevance, and visibility, I was up here. He was down.
That's a good point. International Quiet Storm said, I haven't heard her mention. Now, Melyssa Ford is originally from Canada before she moved to the States. International Quiet Storm says, I haven't heard her mention her father not once. If she had a strong relationship with her father, if she was raised around a strong family culture built around marriage, her life would be beautiful. Yeah, she mentioned a chipped tooth.
Down here. And that imbalance, you know what it resulted in? Not even just like harmful words and whatnot. It resulted in him trying to figure out ways to make himself feel like a man. And can you guess how he did that?
With other women?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Lots of them.
Yeah.
Lots of them. And and it was almost like, in order to make him feel like more of a man, not only was he cheating, but there was like also humiliation rituals involved with it. Like he just needed to knock me down to size. He needed to dismantle my sense of self-worth, you know? And can you argue with the fact that this man was intimidated by my success?
No.
So when we go back to women saying
I'm gonna
that
tell
men
you exactly what that is. It's not intimidation.
What is it?
It's a lack of skill sets. So here's what I want
Tomato,
you to
tomato.
get. No, this is a completely different fruit. It's a vegetable.
Okay.
So that whenever did you ever, when you were in school, did you ever happen to take a test and cheat?
No.
No?
I didn't cheat on tests in school. I was a little bit of a Pollyanna. I sat in the front of the class, raised my hand all the time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
A lot of human beings have taken tests, or at least one in their life, and cheated.
Okay.
And the reason why human beings cheat is because they don't have answers. You didn't cheat because you had the answers.
Most of the time, but sometimes I didn't study. But anyways, go on.
Okay? We only cheat when we don't have answers. You have the power to activate and deactivate a man based on what you say to him.
Isaiah, that's because so many dudes treat these women like they're the center of the world.
If you tell me you don't need me, I'm not going to show up. Men only show up in spaces where they are needed. Period. Period.
So let me ask you this.
If I show up and you got bags,
Yeah.
you got 5 bags, and I show up to pick up all 5 of them bags, but if you tell me you don't need me, I'm out.
Let me tell you, that reminds me of something. I'm so glad you said that. Okay. This winter on the East Coast was really a lot. Okay. We had a ton of snow.
Right.
There was a lot happening. So I found myself doing a staycation because a girlfriend of mine popped into town and ended up getting snowed in. And she had a great hotel suite. And she was like, I got the corporate credit card. Let's go order food, be at the restaurant. Let's chill, bring the dogs. And I was like, say less.
Right.
And she was like, you're going to get caught in this snowstorm. I said, doesn't matter, right? And so I drove there, parked my car a few blocks away from the hotel. And then when I was leaving the hotel, I got to my car and it had like the snowplows had come through and pushed all that up on all the cars. My car was wedged in. And when I got to my car, there was a young lady there shoveling out her car. You know what else she had there? A baby carriage. I said, oh, wow. Okay. I didn't have a shovel. So I had walked by one at a post office. So I went back, stole that shovel just for about 20 minutes, and came back to my car. And I started shoveling where our two cars met. I started there so I could try to help her at the same time of helping myself. This shovel I stole sucked, okay? I'm from Canada. This is the worst kind of shovel you could buy, okay? But hey, beggars can't be choosers. So I'm here shoveling, and if it's not hot as hell, okay? The sun is out. The snow is melting, but not fast enough, okay? So I take off my jacket because I'm sweating. I'm in like a thermal outfit, but it's pretty fitted. You can see I got a little shape. The amount of men, males, whatever you want to call them, that drove on the street, stopped to stare at us, i.e. me and my fat ass, shoveling, and did not offer, hey, sister, can I help you? Has to have been about 50 men in various vehicles, UPS drivers, FedEx, the bakery truck, and just regular cars drove by gawking, not an offer to help. Couple of whistles, couple of dams, but not one single offer. And me and her just looked at each other like, Didn't even have to say a word, just And we knew what it meant. It's like this new age, this new batch of men just think they're baddies and can't get their hands calloused seeing two women literally who could have used some help. If you'd come along and said, sister, can I help you? Oh, thank you. My knight in shining armor, please help me. I would have loved the help. Was none to be found. And this, what me and my sisters talk about. We will be shoveling our driveway, I needed a man then. I needed his back, his shoulders, his pecs, his beer belly. I didn't give a shit. I needed a man then. I didn't have a man to do it, so I had to do the man's job or the job, whatever you want to call it. That was frustrating. Now there's going to be a whole heap of guys in my comments talking about, well, see, that.
I didn't think about that, Simon. That's a good point. That's a really good point. She said that she was originally at a hotel, enjoying herself, visiting a friend. She drove into town, and this was a fancy hotel according to her. And instead of putting her car in the parking garage of this nice hotel, she parked it down the street. That is an excellent, excellent point. Being cheap. We're almost at the end of the video, gentlemen.
That's with the single life, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what? It's like you can't win for losing. So if my powers of discernment are showing me that this man, he's not it because he's showing me his maleness and not his manhood. This guy is showing me the same thing. I'm just not going to settle for a male when I require a man. I want a man. I even need a man. But my powers of discernment are so strong that not a lot of men are crossing my path. Maybe I'm not in the right place, but goddamn, I can't be everywhere all at once.
There's a lot of men who are being deactivated because they're being conditioned also.
How do we help them?
Yeah.
How do we help the guys that want to be pointed in the right direction, but they don't know where to go? Besides your Instagram page. and your books. We got that. And we are going to put a link at the end of the show to purchase DeAndre's books. Okay? And then the pre-order of the next one.
A lot of our brothers know what to do, but like our sisters have been hurt by some of the exchanges that they've had when they've chosen to show up. So sometimes sisters are literally, remember I talked about how you can activate or deactivate a man based on what you say to him.
Yes.
When a man consistently shows up and he's called a creep or listen, you can look on social media and hear stories about women who tell tales about a guy who shows up for a date with flowers, holding open doors, speaking in a very specific manner. And this woman talking about how it gave her the ick because the dude was corny or too nice. You can listen, it's on people's algorithms, as you say.
So let me say this.
Yep.
Let me say this to that. Because I hear that complaint a lot.
Let me tell you something. I can't believe how many times I've heard that stupidity.
And I agree with you that it
is stupidity.
I agree with you. I feel like it's stupidity as well. So at that point, men need to exercise the same discernment that they tell us to exercise. There is a bunch of bum-ass chicks out there. There is a bunch of females out there that ain't worth a real man's time. There is a lot of them out there.
Females.
Yes, absolutely. If a man showed up to a date with flowers and opened the door for me, that's not ick.
I trust, listen.
That's not ick.
But here's what this, look.
And if he has a certain tone to his voice,
but you know,
I'm like, okay.
But you know where we are in society right now? A dude's whole life can change like that.
What do you mean? In what way? Like winning the lottery?
If that guy shows up and this woman says he did this and he did that, his whole life can change based on an accusation. Some dudes are so deactivated right now because they are so concerned about those kinds of exchanges. I'll never forget. I mean, you can't find, I've been in this industry for
forever. Yeah, like 40 years maybe.
You can't find anybody in this industry. No one, no woman will ever tell you that I did anything to disparage a woman, compromise her dignity, integrity, her physical, emotional safety. None of that.
Yeah.
I had one encounter in my entire industry career where I had a fitting, and I'd always been the guy who was like, you go into change. Invariably, there have always been customers who have been like, you can change. We've seen it all.
Yeah.
I've always been like, not me. I'm cool.
Yeah.
Pressed up against the clock. And I got that one.
It's fine.
And they came back. And they said that I had
Exposed yourself.
not that I exposed it, but basically,
Yeah.
I mean, I had my underwear on.
Yeah.
But it came from this directive. And I remember it distinctly because I remember having a conversation with my wife about it. And her knowing me, she's like, oh my God. But I can't imagine. And that went under the radar. That didn't go, because what was found out was that's exactly what happened, because the person who was the second in the room overheard the conversation and then went back and reported exactly what happened.
Okay.
So I was cleared of anything. I can't imagine something like that going to the mat. And this is the time that we are living in right now, where things are being thrown up against the wall, where guys are so concerned about having their life be devastated based on those kinds of exchanges, where they're like, I don't know who I'm dealing with. I don't know whether I'm gonna get cussed out. I don't know whether I'm gonna be like, first of all, who get out of my face? I don't know they don't know what kind of exchange they're getting ready to have with this woman. And so in order to avoid all of it, they just avoid those kinds of exchanges altogether with.
And that's the end of that video. Why did I bring this video to light tonight? The reason why I brought it to light is all you guys that plan on relocating to another country in the next few years, you ain't gonna be missing nothing in the States. Nothing in Canada, you ain't gonna be missing nothing. Every once in a while, I want to remind you guys that, stay the course. You might be leaving the United States in 13 years once you take care of mom and dad and your kids get a little older. Stay the course. Stay the course. Well, there are some good women here in the States, and there are. But like I always say, they're good ladies, but not good laws. If you plan on relocating, stay the course, because there are going to be more and more and more Melyssa Fords out there that aren't going to listen, that aren't going to hear. This is like the brothers were saying, this is a married man trying to give advice to this woman, and she could not. This whole conversation was her not hearing anything. One of you brothers mentioned that I can see she's combative. She's one of those people that listen to respond, to react, and rarely to learn. Some of these women are going to walk through. Believe you me, Melyssa Ford got a few gray hairs underneath that hair dye that these women use. You better believe she got a lot of gray hairs. And they still, with gray hairs, don't realize the way that they have been doing it. They need to retire. They're like, these women are sometimes like military guys that don't know that it's time to retire, or boxers that don't know it's time to retire from boxing, or sports players in the NFL or the NBA, like Jordan. Jordan should have just been an owner of the Wizards. There was no way Jordan should. Okay, nobody owns a Jordan Wizard jersey. You know why? Because he was horrible on the Wizards. Horrible. That's how it is for a lot of these women. They want to keep on thinking that they're at the top of their game. They think because I look better than other women, I'm still at the top of my game. I go to the gym. I got a good career. I got connections. I must still be at the top of my game. So I could talk to men at 50 the same way I talk to them at 25. Ladies, it's time to retire your jersey and do like Magic Johnson, go into another business. Start being humble. Start being submissive. Ladies, you had a good run. If you are a 40-year-old woman and you were never submissive, from 19 to 39, a 20-year run of just saying what you want to say to men, behaving like you wanted to behave to men. You just did whatever you wanted. You had 20 years of having all the fun of just smacking me in the way. You got the looks. I can choose who I want. Cool. It's time to retire that number, ladies. And I think some of y'all gonna die because you refuse to change and realize the league is not like it used to be for you ladies. The league is not what it used to be. And I'm not putting you down. If you are a lady that's 40, I want you to spend the next 40 years having a wonderful life because you are opposite of the woman who you were for the first 40 years. The first 40 years, you did whatever you want with whoever you wanted. You got married, divorced, had kids, whatever you did in 40 years. You can't try to use those same tools for the next 40 years. There are no 80-year-old NFL players, NBA players, wrestlers, or boxers. They all had to retire and move their lives in a different direction. Ladies, you were the best of the best in the 90s, the finest of the finest in the 2000s. Miss Business USA. But I'm here to tell you, ladies, when it comes to relationships, if you think that you can move the way that you did in the 90s and the 2000s, and you're going to come across quality men, it's not going to happen. And I feel like Kevin Samuels right now. I hate to envision or be prophetic with the fact that a lot of you ladies are going to die trying to hold up like Atlas a lie. I don't need no man. I chose to be single. This is why 70% of all nursing homes are filled with women in the United States. Did you ladies know that? You can look it up. 70% of all nursing homes are filled with women. One reason, yes, because husbands die earlier. But most of y'all ain't married, so we ain't talk about husbands. But the number two reasons is this. A woman's body begins to shut down faster than a man's body. A man's body throughout life, it's so dense compared to a woman's body. It's so muscular compared to a woman's body. He's been using it doing physical labor compared to a woman's body that in his 60s, his body would take to the 70s to start slowing its pace. You ladies, your bodies are slowing down in your mid 50s. You fall and breaking your hip at 59. So a lot of you ladies are in nursing homes now. And I'm not putting you down. What I'm saying is, if I'm gonna be old, let me find somebody I can enjoy this last era of life with. But ladies, you cannot use the rules that you used before, the career that you had before, and think you're gonna get the results you're looking for. Melyssa Ford, it's sad. You are going to be the beautiful woman someday in a lonely coffin. You will have family members cry over you. Yes. You will have co-workers and some friends cry over you. Yes. But you will die never having somebody who truly loved you in spite of love, in spite of everything, because you refuse to realize the playbooks that you used in the 90s with your fine self does not work anymore. And that's the sad part. That's the sad part. Isaiah says this: today's price is not yesterday's price. Good run. They had a good run, didn't they? They had a good run. And they're going to die with those delusions, man. And I'm not just talking about the ladies. I'm talking about dudes like me, myself as well. I had to realize the game plan that I use prior to being 45 years old, that game plan couldn't be used after 45. But dude, some dudes, they cool with going on to their grave and nobody crying over their body. And I'm not talking about your kids and your cousins and them. I'm talking about somebody that really was there for you till death do you part, whether she was your lady friend or your wife. I don't care what country. Some dudes, they don't need that. I ain't one of them. I'm gonna tell you that straight out the gate. I knew at 45, Andre, you'd have had enough women from around the world. That game plan, it don't work at 60, bruh. That game plan that worked at 36 don't work at 66, bruh. You gonna get some coochies, but that game plan when I was 36, I was killing the game. But I'm not about to be out here going to these other countries from country to country, trying to get chicks at 66 with the game plan that I had at 36. I'm gonna get a few, but for the most part, excuse me, I might have to come out of my pocket. I had to change. In other words, I had to retire. I had to put in my jersey. I'm cool when the Hall of Fame come knocking at my door. I'm cool with the Hall of Fame come knocking at my door. I'm cool with that. But I feel good having that one person, or maybe in some of you guys' cases, 2 people, 3 people that really give a dang about me to the day that I die. If I'm old in a wheelchair, I got somebody that care about me. If I get in a car accident, I got somebody that care about me. Andrea was telling me yesterday, she said, you do realize we ain't got nobody but us. Even though we're close to my family, close to you guys, extremely close to her family, Andrea's like, when the rubber meets the road, it is you and me. That's it. If I end up in a wheelchair, you pushing mine. If you end up in a wheelchair, I'm pushing yours. It's us. And I didn't want to leave the planet, and I'm serious, never experiencing what real love is on the other side of all our male complaints about women. There are guys that are going to die in the middle of all the complaints that we have about women. And when they did get a good one in another country, they effed it up and let another dude get her. There are men that are single, not because of the matriarchy. Let's be real. Before I let you guys go, let's be real. Barbershop talk. A lot of dudes single, not because of the matriarchy, not because of the government. A lot of dudes single, not because of womanism, feminism, LGBTQ. A lot of you mother single because you keep throwing away the bag, bruh. That one chick in Germany treated you like gold. But you know, if I got her, I can give me another German chick. And so you threw her away. 10 years later, you still out here in them streets. And she's single. I mean, she married. Because somebody else came along, got off a plane, and scooped her up. A lot of y'all ain't single because you want to be. A lot of us men are single because we don't know how to act when we get a good one. So we keep going back to the trash heap. So it feels so good to listen to Kevin Samuels and relate to Kevin Samuels, to listen to Obsidian and relate to what Obsidian is saying. Listen to all these other brothers, Ask a Brother podcast, and just to listen to everything that's going on in the dating arena, the War of the Roses globally. It is so cool. It's comfortable to be in that. Some of y'all gonna die in that shit. You gonna be 80 years old still complaining about females with the six pack and say you 80, you ain't got no damn six pack. Why you still talking about six packs and six figures? Why you still talking about that? Some of y'all gonna die in this shit. It's one thing to notice that these issues exist with women. It's another thing to be still in this fucking muck. Some of y'all gonna die in that quicksand. You keep bullshitting around, throwing away the good ones that you met in Brazil, throwing away the good one that you met in Colombia, throwing away them two good chicks that you met in Thailand that had your back. Remember that time when you got sick and them two Thai chicks took care of you with their fine selves and they say, we'll be your huckleberry. We'll be your huckleberry. What did you do? Soon as you got out that bed, you threw them two Thai chicks away. Keep on throwing good women away. Good women gonna get scooped up. Either you gonna do it, or I'm gonna do it, or the next man gonna do it. Good women get these trash chicks, these billions of trash chicks, correct. They don't get scooped up. So you ain't never got, you can always call a trash chick on your phone. No matter how fine she is, you can call her three. Come on, some of y'all got some coochie in your phone right now. You ain't talked to her in 3 years. You can talk to her trash tonight. You ain't even in the States and you can talk her into some phone sex. You ain't even in the States. Man, I'm telling y'all, men, let's not go out like the ladies. That's what my point is. The ladies by 2030 are going to have the loneliness epidemic. Fellas, let's not go out like that. So if you one of them dudes, I'm a lifetime bachelor, I don't need no woman, I'm good, just give me a pocket full of money and all the young girls I can handle. Cool, I'm with you. I ain't even judging you. But that ain't most of us. And if you one of them dudes, and I mean that, if you one of them cats that I want to live the bachelor life the rest of my life, I just want some young chicks to take care of me for the rest of my life, you should be the main one not talking about some of these issues that Melyssa Ford and six pack, six figures, 6 feet. You should be the main one just shutting the hell up. You ain't in the game no more. What do you give a damn? You already got plans on spending your pension money on 22-year-old girls for the rest of your life. So what you bitching about? I'm serious. It's asinine for me as a married. You ever notice me as a married man? Have you ever really noticed? I'll talk about an issue like a commentator, but I never talk about it as if I'm personally going through it. Half of the hell of dating that y'all going through, Dre can't relate to. Even before I left the States, I wasn't dating trashy chicks. So I can't relate to some chick talk about I need 6 feet, 6 figure, 6 pack. He got to be longer than 6 inches. I can't relate to that. I can't relate to half of that stuff. But I'll do commentary on it. Some of y'all need to get to that point where you like me to where it doesn't impact you. You're only doing commentary on it. You're just giving your opinion on it, but you can't relate to it. I'm giving y'all the hookup. Do not keep throwing away these good women in other countries. Y'all gonna keep fucking around and you gonna be like 71. And all you gonna have is 2 things, R&R. You ain't gonna have nothing but relaxation and regret. Or I should have put it like this: reminisce and regret. You're going to be 71 reminiscing on chicks that you smashed in this country and that country. You're going to reminisce on this good chick, on that good chick you threw away. And all you're going to have left is regret. And anybody that's over the age of 50 can tell you how fast life goes. So if y'all think y'all got enough time to keep throwing good women away in these other countries, okay, y'all going to end up just, why laugh at the Melyssa Fords if you're going to end up like the Melyssa Fords? Why laugh at the Cardi B's if you're going to end up as a man with the same scenario as a Cardi B? Why laugh at Sexy Red if you carrying yourself and your money and your mind and your passport the same way like a sexy fucking red? Why you laughing at these young ladies when you doing the same shit with a passport? You ain't no different. They gonna die miserable and alone, and if you keep effing around, you gonna die miserable and alone. So while you kiki-kaka-ing as a grown-ass man, you better realize, sometimes y'all don't want to realize, put your jersey up. I didn't say marry chicks. Marriage ain't for everybody. But a woman being on your side is for everybody. I'll say this again. Marriage ain't for everybody. But having good women on your team, that's for everybody. Whether it be 1, 2, or harem, I don't know. That's your choice. But I'm telling y'all, stop laughing at these ladies that are heading down that trail towards 2030 with the loneliness epidemic, and you doing the same shit. So by 2030 come, you're going to be the same way they are. You laughing about them getting lonely. Your ass going to be lonely by 2030. Keep doing the same shit you doing with your passport. Go ahead. I'm serious. How many chicks you fuck in DR? 37? Go and fuck another 37 more. Go ahead. Take your ass back out there. I'm not going to tell a grown man not to take your ass out there with grown man money and do what grown men do. Go. But when that shit backfired on y'all asses in your late 60s, your early 70s, don't say shit when it's you the one that's sitting on the front porch with a dog. Don't say shit when it's just you and that mangy ass dog while you spent all your years laughing at women. You spent all these years laughing, but you ain't do shit to improve. I'm like Beyonce, bro. I'm gonna make songs about single ladies, but that don't mean I'm gonna become a single lady. You see how Beyonce did that shit? All the singing, made millions off of them dumbasses. Giving commentary. But what, she was gonna be single? Hell no. Beyonce ain't never moved an inch. She ain't never even came. You ain't never heard a rumor of Beyonce leaving Jay-Z. A rumor, and that's a huge age gap couple. Not a rumor about her leaving. But she'll tell all of them, that's me. I'll do the commentary. I'll talk about Kevin and I'll do all the commentary that y'all want. I kid y'all not. But if you think that because I give commentary, I can relate to you in that bullshit that you keep putting yourself through as a man, I can't. And a lot of us can't. So you keep having your fun out there, bro, as this goddamn watching this time keep ticking. Laughing at Cardi B and laughing at this chick over here and laughing at Kendra G. Keep the laughter going, bruh. It is funny. I'm going to say that again. These women are delusional. They are crazy. They are going to die alone with the dog. But do you want to go out like that too? We're spending too much time laughing at the ladies and not realizing like, oh shit, I don't want to go out like them. I'll say that one again before I let you gentlemen go. Too many of us are spending too much time laughing, not realizing you're heading up the same damn mountain and jumping off the same cliff. It don't feel like it because you got money in your pocket and you got a passport. But just like these women don't want quality men, they keep fucking it up. We do the same shit, don't we? And then we get pissed when another dude get off the plane and marry the Filipina that really want to marry you. Date the Japanese chick that really wanted to date you, keep dating you. Give a baby to the Chinese chick that really want to have her first baby with you. But you keep fucking up. So it's easy to laugh and giggle and kiki kaka with Melyssa Fords. And like I said, what's happening to them is going to happen. And the delusion of these women, is that a delusion? But as men, let's not get caught up in they shit, man. Let's not get caught up in laughing too hard at them to where we start walking our asses off that same cliff. And now we're 71, sitting on the front porch with a damn dog. And we want to lie and say, that's peace, Dre. I would rather live in peace. We sound just as delusional as they ass talk about some, well, I choose to be single. We sound just like they ass. That's peace, just me and my dog, and I'm going fishing. That's peace, nigga. I'm going out of peace. No. Men, we know we need women. We ain't never spread that rumor of a lie that we don't need women and that we don't want women and that we don't desire women. We ain't never told that lie. So don't even spread that lie talking about something. I'm 71 and the reason why I ain't got no woman because I got peace. Just me and my dog. Nigga, no, you done fucked up your life so much to where don't nobody want your 71-year-old ass. That's why you by yourself with that damn dog. Let me let you guys go. I love you. I do. I really do. That's why I say what I say, man. I really do, man. Johnny says this. He say, Andre, what's your take on cold approaching women in public? Depends on the country. As a traveler, it depends on the country. Because I'll give you a perfect example. South America, I don't know about Asia. You guys have to correct me on this. South America, your best bet is to cold approach in safe spaces. Like if you see a fine Colombiana that you're like, oh my God, and she's walking down the street, yeah, she gonna smile, be nice. She might give you the number, but most of the time she don't know you. She don't know if you some dude that's trying to rob her or some dude that's out here scamming. She don't know. But let that same Colombiana be walking through the mall where it's people around. She feels a lot safer on the inside. You're more prone to get a number through that. Let the woman be in a restaurant. Let her be in a club, in a bar. Let her be introduced to you through somebody else. So Colombia and much of South America is more like who you know. And that person will introduce you to good people. And they find it is safer to introduce somebody to somebody. Or if you go to cold approach, let it be in a safe area that's like on the inside, because on the outside, bruh, you got like a 50-50 chance. And I don't want guys to feel like, well, South American women are cold-hearted. No, there's so much crime that happens to women in South America, no matter where you go. They don't know who the hell you are walking up on them. But if it's inside in a closure like a mall or a sports club or something like that, they feel more comfortable. Or club, nightclub, they feel more comfortable with settings like that. They feel more comfortable. Yeah. I know. Referred to being a parlor bear. Yep. Absolutely correct. I'll be your huckleberry. Jay says this. I'm going to read the last couple of statements. He said, it's not good for man to be, it's not. So let's not pretend. I say to people, all in all, if you take away the BS, men want to be with women, women want to be with men, American internet has effed it up. That is so true. It's effed up. Yep. And lastly, my man Jay, he say, peace is a beautiful woman inside and out. He say that feeding your grapes and rubbing our bald heads over a great day or a long day. Absolutely correct, brother. I'm with you on that one. Shout out to all you guys that hung out with your boy. I appreciate you gentlemen being here. Really do. He said, Andre, you're 66. He said, damn, you don't look it. No, I'm 58. I'll be 58. I'll be 59 October 13th. I was born on Friday, October 13th, Friday the 13th. So, and I'm looking forward to my 60s, man. Tomorrow's episode is, we're going to have fun tomorrow. Tomorrow is about 7 things that all men, if you plan on traveling, you got to invest in these 7 things. It's not like you have a choice. If you want your travel experience, whether it be solo travel, group travel, whatever it is, long-term, short-term, these are 7 things that you got to invest in if you really, really want to have a heck of experience traveling, and especially if you're relocating. If you're relocating to another country, I kid you not, tomorrow's episode is going to be a really good one. 7 things that men definitely need to invest in if you plan on traveling to another country. So let me give you guys a good outro. He said, bless Andre's heart, my brother still has hope for you sisters. We brothers in the chat, nah, we good. Hey, it's gonna be some simps left for them to deal with in the States. All I care about is us brothers. I'm gonna tell you the truth. This is a male-centered, male-focused, futuristic channel. I care about the future of manhood. So, yeah, ladies, if y'all find love, so be it. But yeah, we're not sitting around waiting for you, ladies. Let's get an outro video in.
Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya. En fiesta es que no pierde ni una, es de aquí, pero parece de cuna, pero así no le piche a ninguna, criminal como una para Dios. Ella sabe que de la disco no la van a quitar, los fines de semana son tan santos, hay que vacilar, ready, con ropita cortita para janguear y tirar, de mí se deja llevar, combina, la ropa con tu actitud es que dominas, chica con esa virtud rompe bocinas, no hay nadie como tú, ya, combina, la ropa con tu actitud es que dominas, chica con esa virtud rompe bocinas, no hay nadie como tú. Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya.
Un traguito de este ne pa' la gata en la barra. Te vi por internet en una playa en Nicaragua. Ese buffet sí está gourmet, pero lleno de piraña. El río está movido, que está nada las arañas. Por eso que tú te acercas a mí. Te gusta mi actitud, como te hago reír. Me encanta cómo besas, cómo me haces sentir. Eres especial, eres sola para mí. Y si nos vemos en Bahamas, ahí no hay nadie que nos daña. Una copla de madrugada, ya lo sabes, tú mi reina y yo tu rey. Estamos listas en Bahamas. Aquí hay bellas madrugadas, romanteo en la playa, ya lo sabes, tú mi reina y yo tu rey.
Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella le gusta gozar y vacilar, yeah. Con una traguita de Fernet, se le ve toda la timidez. Pásalo, no salo, tal vez. Ella en mi casa, ya. Perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella en mi gata, yeah. Ella en mi casa, ya. Ya, ella en mi casa, ya. Perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella en mi gata, yeah. Ella en mi gata, ya. Ya, ya, ya. En fiesta es que no pierde ni una. Es de aquí, pero parece de cuna. Velo así,